Yeah. Yeah. Super understand that. Very
Yeah.
much so understand that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I it's something I think so I like for myself, I live with like resting distress. I don't know about you, but like when I wake up, I have to start my self-care basically immediately because I wake up distressed. I clench my teeth a lot. I like wake up sometimes like I get Charlie horses all the time at night because I'm always just like
Oh
so
wow.
tight. Yeah.
Yes.
And part of it's a bit of like this mystery, probably genetic disorder with
Right.
like water absorption, but emotionally, I wake up with this feeling of like, um, I used to describe it this way when I was 19, where like I feel like I'm standing on an icy lake
Hey
and I can
guys, come on
hear
in.
like cracking and popping everywhere. And I can't see the edge. Like I don't know how to get off the lake, but I can tell that it's breaking underneath me. And then follow me because the imagery is going to get kind of weird and dreamlike, but like, and I
Hi.
feel like the ice has like all these little strings attached to me. And so if I move too much in one direction, it might get me closer to safety, but it might also shatter the ice below
Yeah.
me and I might sink. And so it's like this like paralyzed like state of like I know I need to do something because I can't
Hi
just
guys.
stay here.
Just listening
But
to the
also
girls.
if I do anything it might sink
Mm.
me. That's like the way that I describe how I feel.
Thank you guys for the kind words about my outfit. I appreciate it.
Map on like what you're describing makes me
Hi
feel
guys.
that
Hi
way.
guys.
Does
Hi
that feel
everybody. Hi
similar to you?
Jesse. Hi
Yes,
everyone.
definitely.
Oh my god.
Definitely.
Hi.
Yes, yes. I definitely in
I'm just
terms of
listening to the girls
sort of
before my stream starts.
I
Welcome,
haven't sort of
welcome. Come on
visualized it
in.
in that way at all. That's
Let's get ready
incredibly
for a
vivid.
stream.
It's brilliant. But yes, that definitely describes it for me. I think how do I wake up?
Hi everyone.
I
Come
don't know.
on in.
I always, I mean, I don't know if I've said this before to my chat or something, but I have the same recurring dream, like just every single night. I'm just so used to it. I sort of can just fall asleep on command because it's
Hmm.
just, I know what's going to happen. And it's just this dream of this nun just in a portrait, just staring at me. And she's just looking at me the whole
Hi.
dream. And
Come on in, y'all. I'm just listening to the
then I
girls
just
while
wake
I
up
get
and
ready.
like I just know that
Oh.
I've had that dream and that's just been it, and then I go on with my day. But in terms of waking up, I sort of don't. I wake up without a sense of sort of.
I'm probably really quiet. Hold on. I am probably really quiet. Is my
It feels
audio
like there's
low as
nothing to look
fuck?
forward to
Hi.
when waking up. It feels that
I'm kind of like whispering as well. Hi, everybody. How's everyone doing? Is this a little bit better if I talk like closer to the mic? I just want to make sure.
something to look forward to is after I've edited a YouTube video and all the checks have been done, and I'm sort of waiting for when it's going to go live, and it's sort of in those few hours. Like usually, I'll have it all set up and
Hold on. Can you hear Erudite in one ear? Apparently, because the way it's streaming, if you're using earphones, Kyla's only clear in one ear. Audio stuff has been crazy today. I was just listening to the girls to listen to something until we start. Um, but yeah, apparently there was like a issue with some of the audio stuff or something. I don't know. I'm excited to talk to Wick today. He seems like a really nice person, and I haven't had a chance to talk to him. So that's why we're doing that today, which will be exciting. Um, we'll see what's up. I don't stream this time usually. So we'll see who's like here on the stream today, guys. I see some familiar names for the most part. Hello. Hi, hi, hi. Get comfy,
I
comfy.
suspect you do too, which is why you probably hate labels.
Whoa, that was probably really loud all of a sudden.
Because I had a really strong anti-label phase as well. Not that I'm saying it's a phase, sorry. I'm not like
oh yeah, I
dismissing
mean it
your
might be. Who
experiences with
knows?
it.
It's fine. It's fine. Yeah.
I just like for me, I had a really big anti-label phase until somebody was like, "Why are you so anti-label? Like it's like a thing," and I was like, "It is a thing. I
Yeah.
should look at that, right?" And I think part of it is that like as much as I hate like rigid expectations being placed on me from others, because a lot of times they're just like really really high expectations too, where it's like feels suffocating because it's just like even today in chat, somebody's like, "You're like as short fat." It was meant as a compliment. Like you're known as being like hyper accurate, and like in my heart, I'm like that like stresses me out. So I'm
Oh,
like,
that is scary to be the
"Oh
one who's
God,
always
like
accurate.
I don't think I am. I don't think I am hyper accurate. Like I'm a. What are you gonna do when I fuck up and I'm really inaccurate at some point? You know." Um, but I think also part of the issue is that I've like put really rigid boxes on like myself about like what I expect myself to be.
Thank you, Selena.
I think it's just easier to blame other people for their bosses. It's nicer.
Ugh.
It's nicer to blame other people for your pain than it is to look at yourself and be like, damn it, I think I'm the root of most of my pain here. Right? Like, it started probably from somebody else. It started from society because I was a kid when this got thrust on me. But now I'm an adult, and nobody, like, I especially for me, I got a husband who's just like practically Rastafarian. He's so like, who cares? Money doesn't matter. Schedules are arbitrary. Deadlines mean nothing. And I'm like the like super, super like rigid type A academic type, right? And yet I wake up every morning feeling like I'm not enough, feeling like I'm not doing enough, not sure what I need to be doing. Right? I'm accepted into a master's program now. So I did it. But
Yay.
I have so many opportunities now with the streaming that,
Ooh, it's like, which one
you
did
know,
she choose?
what do I do now? And so, and also I'm not happy with where my content's at, but I'm also not really happy where my academics work at. You know, like I could be reading more.
Interesting.
But this is the issue. This is what Nick always says. There's always something you could be doing, right? It's like if
Yeah.
I'm stressed about my house being clean, okay, well maybe I'll clean my house, and then I'm going to stress about the fact that my, you know, my yard isn't very clean. And then when my yard's clean, I'm going to stress that my car isn't clean. When my car is clean, I'm going to stress that like my dog isn't groomed every day. And when my dog's groomed every day, I'm going to be stressed that like I'm always going to find something.
Is this going to be a bot conversation? It's going to be a good conversation. Wick usually hosts panels, so I'm not sure what we'll do one-on-one, and I trust the conversation will go well. I'm pretty excited. It's always nice to talk to new people. I've grown also accustomed to Wick. I'm actually kind of shy about like who I talk to, because I feel like I'm sometimes hard to understand, but I've been open to Wick for a multitude of reasons, but mostly how he holds himself on a lot of the streams, especially recently with Mr. Redacted. I thought Wick held him, like, I think Wick did his best in that situation. So I'm kind of excited to talk. I'm not I think I know what we're talking about. I'm not sure if it's like a surprise or something. But we're just going to talk about my ideas on some people, Sneeko probably, and talk about that stuff. I don't think it's a secret that what we're talking about, but I think from my understanding, we're going to talk about my thoughts, I guess, or how I think about certain things, maybe. I'm not really sure. I'm just gonna wing it. Yeah. So I'm excited. I think it'll be good. Yeah. Yeah. Da-na-na-na-na.
Not just realizing that you sort of have influence over things, but also just
Is their audio really low, especially compared to
who
mine?
you are and who you could be, I think. And so I think with a lot of this, it is also a realization that I have an element of responsibility and feeling that I haven't really utilized that as best I could or should, and feeling that I'm doing something wrong. I don't know what it is, but I also need to figure it out. And I'm sort of the only one who can figure it out, and can sort of find some
Thank
kind
you,
of
Angelica.
resolution or some kind of like compromise within myself that I haven't yet found. But I'm sorry, this sounds very meta, but yeah, it is.
It's no more meta than me and my ice stories, my ice lake story. What do you? Sorry, I just got distracted by a thought. You just said something that I wanted to ask you about. You're doing something wrong. Where does that sense come? It sounds like that's something you feel like really firmly, like you're doing something wrong. You're sure of that. You're just not sure what it is or where it is or how to find it and therefore how to fix it. Is that correct? Am I understanding you?
Yes, definitely, yes. Yes, it's difficult because I don't know what it is, but I just feel it, and sort of everything that I do, even the little things, you know, like yesterday I made some microwave popcorn and I did everything perfectly, but I still burnt the whole thing to
Burnt
just
popcorn's kind of a vibe,
charcoal.
though.
And it's just everything.
crazy?
I just seem to.
I feel like it's a vibe. Not totally burnt, but I mean, I kind of feel like food is a little bit better when it's a little fried,
but it's
to
just
like a
it's not
burnt,
going
almost
in a
burnt, but not burnt.
direction or the way that I would expect, just based on previous experience, just based on how it has gone previously when doing sort of the same actions and the same things. And sort of, I think that's one thing that I really rely on, that sort of repetition that works, that I know it's going to work, that I don't really have to think too much about
Yeah.
it. You know, I can sort of just put
Stability.
popcorn in the microwave and I know that it's going to come out smelling great. And now I can't even rely on that. And that just, I just feel like I can't find the source of it, the source that I need to
The
find in order
source.
to
What fantasy novel has like the source as
resolve
like
things
the
within myself.
what's that word?
And that's why yeah, I don't know. When that happens, I just go into a little hole. I end up, whenever I get sort of
Thank you,
freaked out
Annie.
about anything or anxious or whatever, I just,
Yo, Z, hear me out though. Burnt popcorn, not like totally burnt, but like a few of them kind of. There's like a taste of burnt that's good, and then there's a taste of burnt that's like bad.
went into a corner and I just slept while my laundry was being done. And it was, that's just, I think it's just a coping mechanism, just with this hope that I sort of won't wake up maybe, or just when I wake up, everything will suddenly be like just fixed and it'll all be great and merry. But yeah, reality comes back and I have to face it and I have to deal with it. And, you know, I'm sure in time I'll figure this out. I'll get over this.
Brittany with the pearl
Or I'll
earrings.
learn how to
I want more
live with
pearl
it,
earrings. These are like really,
far
really
more
cheap ones, but I think
effectively
they're
than
kind
I'm
of
doing
cute.
now. But I think right now I'm just very in my feelings about it, very in my feelings about sort of,
Zoom says, Brittany, will this stream contain answers or no? Who knows? We shall see. The Wheel of Time has the one power. Oh, there we go. Okay, Wick is almost ready. A few more minutes.
it just, health wise, it hasn't really felt like I sort of, just everything seems to be going wrong. And it's, yeah, it's just been getting me down a bit. I'm so sorry to bring this to your stream.
That's okay.
But yes,
mind.
yes. So, yes, yeah.
So it sounds like you're frustrated and you're feeling like hopeless, because it sounds like all of these things falling apart is a symptom of something else. Am I correct? Like before you could get popcorn being made, but now something's happening that like even popcorn you're failing to make. But the problem isn't the popcorn, because if you just try really hard,
Exactly.
you could probably get the popcorn made. The issue is that tomorrow it's still going to be an issue because it's being created by a core thing. Is that kind of
Yes, exactly. And I think
Also, ignore the white spots on my walls. I'm moving out, so I'm filling all the holes from the frames and stuff, and I have to paint over, and I just haven't painted yet. That's just like the white spots on my walls are because I'm moving. Every time I look at them in my camera, I'm like, ugh, one more thing I have to get done before I leave.
sort of learning from that or distinct from that. I think because I sort of know that it isn't anybody else or it isn't anything else beyond me, that it's got something to do with me or how I'm approaching things, how I'm seeing things, how I'm responding to things. And just not being able to locate that at this point is very, it's very frustrating, as you said. It's just causing me great frustration, great sort of misanthropy.
This is like a really difficult spot in life
and
to be in, for sure.
Yeah, I just
The
feel
what
quite
next
disconnected
stage?
from a lot of things.
Or what now?
Because of it.
Very difficult.
But I'm hoping that sort of in time, it will come together. I hope so. So,
Come
yes.
together.
Faith.
I mean, this is something that our old dead white men are not as good at talking about, but I think we, especially in the red pill black pill space, we really underestimate the like reality of the emotional landscape and how like real emotions are, right? It doesn't mean they're capital T true, but it
Capital T true.
like, and this is kind of something like Nick and I talk about a lot. Like emotions are more real than real things are real a lot of the time, right? Because emotions are the landscape by which your like, you know, brain in a vat occupies space, right? It's the juices in which the brain is occupying. And so like when the emotions are awry, facts and logic and science and all that sort of like it doesn't really matter, because in many ways like the emotions are like the more real landscape, which is super annoying because emotions are also dumb, stupid, fleeting, ever changing, and like amorphous, like you can't like put your hand on it, right? which is incredibly frustrating. So like the mastery of your emotions is like the worst thing, especially when there's like this chronic thing in you, like constantly like bringing up the same emotion, right? This sense of like not enoughness.
Okay. Be right back, guys. I'm
Yeah.
gonna set up with
I mean,
Wick,
I definitely
and I
map
just don't
onto
want
that.
to mess up anything here. So give me a second, BRB.
And her opinions on life in the universe. We'll see where this conversation goes, right? But hi, welcome. How's it going?
Okay, I am so good. I'm gonna use to push to talk. That's gonna be new for me, but I'm doing very well. Thank you for talking to me today.
No problem. It'll be funny because you'll be talking and we won't be able to hear you, but then we can remind you. It'll inject levity
Perfect.
into the situation. So,
Perfect.
yeah. Oh, but I guess first and foremost, I'll ask this: How you feeling? How's life treating you?
Um, how to answer that? How personal do you want?
Up to you.
Um, overall pretty good. I can't really complain. You know what I mean? I would say like emotions levels, like a 10 out of 10. Physically, I'm like a 7 out of 10 in pain, so that's not good.
It's 7 out of 10 in pain. Ooh, ouch.
It's the chronic illness stuff, but honestly,
Fair enough.
it's a pretty good day overall. I think that's the worst part, and that's becoming so normal now. I think it won't even be a big deal in a few months.
It's amazing how humans can adjust to situations, right?
I think so.
Yeah, we all look at these terrible situations that groups or people are in other countries and things, and we think, well, how can they even live like this? How can they
Mhm.
even exist? But humans are remarkably flexible individuals, right? We can have the most horrible tragedy befall us, and then 2 weeks later, we're back to our routine.
It's
Um,
so true. That is what's so shocking about us because I think when big things happen, you would think it would severely change our perspectives, but that's not always true. Sometimes it's just a Tuesday.
Fair enough. And that's for better and worse. Like uh, resiliency is a good thing, right? This ability to kind of bounce back
Mhm.
is actually a really good thing. But sometimes it breaks down, and that's when it causes problems. But
For sure.
thank you for agreeing to come and talk to me today. I am I'm curious to how this will go. It should be good, but we'll find out, right?
I think it'll
I
be fine.
guess yeah. I guess I'll start with the basics. How long have you been doing this? And by this, I mean streaming, content creation, etc.
So I've been a content creator since I basically graduated high school. I'm 33. I'll be 34 in a few
Oh, wow.
months. So
Okay.
I've been online for, forever. And it was actually at the suggestion of my father who wanted me to be like iJustine, who did tech reviews, but I don't do tech reviews. And I ended up going down the route of politics instead. And I was a staunch Republican at the time. So a
Oh,
lot has
no.
changed.
It's a so I'm not sure if you're what your relationship is with your family, but is he still proud of you? Does he regret his decision to send you down this path?
Overall, I would say no. He's actually really stoked that I'm successful in the way that I had hoped to be. I don't think my parents are very excited that I'm not religious and making Catholic content. I think the dream would have been for me to have been a Catholic content creator, but I left the church at 19, so that dream fell out the window years ago.
Fair enough. When you first started doing this, I guess since you've been doing this so long, how has this space changed over the years? Like, for over the what 14 years that you've been doing this,
Hmm.
what kind of changes have you seen? Has it changed for the better, or in what ways has it changed for the better? In what ways has it changed for the worse? Do you think?
Mm, man, that's hard to answer. I would say that not to use my favorite language, but the amount of different bubbles that exist on YouTube now is like so much more diverse than it ever was when I started, right? I think when I started, you might have seen the Vlog Brothers or Philip DeFranco, or all these people from maybe that would have been like the height of YouTube, like but now it's pockets like who do you watch, and then like my siblings are on completely different parts of YouTube than I'm on, and so there are a few pockets we overlap on, but generally we really spend time being like, hey, do you know this YouTuber, do you know this side of YouTube, hey, do you know there's a whole, it's just kind of amazing. So I would say options are just so diverse, you know.
Is that good though? Like,
Yeah, I think
so
so.
I don't know. I wonder
Mm,
if we're overwhelmed with a variety of choice sometimes. Let me
mm,
explain what I mean. When I suffer a little bit from analysis paralysis. Have
mm.
you ever heard the term?
Yeah, I
Okay.
have.
Yeah. So when I have too many options, all of which are hard to distinguish between, and all of which I kind of want to do, it becomes hard to actually make a decision. So there are a lot of times where I'm up all night and I actually don't watch anything consistently or do anything productive because I'm trying to decide
Yeah.
what to watch and what to engage with. And it's a problem, right?
Yeah, I definitely have seen that. Or I think the most infamous one for all of us is maybe you're on Crunchyroll or you're on Netflix and you're like, I'm going
Yes.
to find something. And then it's
Yes.
like, what am I doing here? And it's kind of like that habit. So I definitely think that's a big part of why I think touching grass is so important, or just reconvening with yourself about why you're using content. Because I do think it's a tool. I think most of the things in life are tools, and then you can abuse that tool, right? Which is why I would say like gluttony is the greatest sin. The idea of overconsumption is maybe not good.
Gluttony
It's
is the
not good
greatest
balance,
sin.
you know?
Okay. You can have too much of a good thing, in other
Yeah, I
words.
think so.
How do we do that though? Because the algorithm, all the structures that are in place, and I want to talk to you about structures today
Mm.
too. Maybe we'll get into it first, but we'll see. But the structures that we have in this ecosystem, right, all encourage constant engagement, constant eyeballs. The systems are designed for you to keep your eyes on the screen for as much as possible. So if gluttony is the greatest sin, is not social media the greatest evil the world has ever known?
Mm, mm. You know, for me, I feel like that's like saying, I don't know, like food is the greatest evil I've ever known. It's just like, no, it's just like, or the going to the gym. It's just too much of the greatest thing ever. It could be the bad thing. It just turns into a bad thing, right? So it's the overconsumption. It's the thinking if I just have more, I'll be happy. But I think it's when you have balance that you're happy, or at least joyful. I think my worry for people is, and for myself, is that I'll get lost in one thing and I'll forget to balance my life with the other great things in it.
Interesting. How do you keep your balance, out of curiosity?
Okay, I'm a big fan of lists. So I love checklists. And if I find myself feeling out of whack, like if I feel myself feeling kind of not, peaceful, I ask myself, okay, what did I do wrong this week? Did I not sleep enough? Did I not call my parents enough? Did I not do this enough? And then I kind of go down my checklist.
Oh, interesting. How did you devise this checklist, right? So lists, we'll get into that too, because I think you're famous for your people tier list, right? The levels.
Yeah,
Can you
yeah.
explain that to my audience a little bit?
Explain to you the levels.
Yes, the levels, just briefly.
Okay, that's a really interesting, kind of difficult, but I'll try. Okay, I've never had to do it very quickly, but I'll do it. Okay. Okay, so I came. Hold on. Am I still here? My stream says I might have gone away. Am I still here?
You're still on my end. I can't.
Okay, I don't know
can't
what's
see
going on. I
yours.
think my mouse is confusing some stuff because I'm doing push to talk. So hold on, give me 1 second.
Yeah, if you're having tech issues, take your time, right? We want people to be able to hear it. So
Okay, I think I fixed it. I just have to have my mouse on the left monitor. Otherwise, everything goes out of whack. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so the levels, okay, I'll be very serious. So I created the levels with a friend who would like to remain anonymous. So we're gonna pretend he doesn't exist. And one day we were talking and we started to share some of the things we had been going through with existential dread and why am I here on the planet and what's going on. And him and I are big philosophy people. So we started talking and we sort of we found out that we had shared a lot of similar experiences, but we really shouldn't have based off of how different our lives were in some ways. So we started to create the levels. We were like, well, what if people are like this? Where am I? Oh, maybe I'm like this. And at the time we wrote it, we were fours, or we felt like we were fours. And I was like, okay, I feel like this is where I'm at. And then as we started to create it, the people around us, like maybe some homies we knew or people we knew, we started to tell people like, hey, can you tell me where you think you would be? And then we created the levels based off that. So at first we only had 1, 2, and 3. Then some of our homies were like, well, this is how I actually feel. And I was like, okay, so we need another level. We need another level. We need another level. And so right now there's 5 because I feel like that's most reasonable for what I mean it. And this is what I mean by the levels, guys. I think in life, we are born into communities, cultures, backgrounds, ethnicities, religions, and we're told what it means to be alive, what it means to be human, what we should believe, how we should feel about how we look. And then as you move through life, maybe you grew up conservative like I did, and you hear your whole life that LGBT people are horrible. And then you realize, oh my God, I think I'm attracted to women. And then you start to wonder, am I horrible? Because I'm attracted to women. And then you leave that bubble and you go into a different one and you realize, oh my gosh, there are happy LGBTQ families. Like there are really happy people around the world doing it different. So then you start to ask yourself, well, maybe I could do it different. But then what if that community itself becomes like the old bubble where you're like, oh, I'm still constrained by the rules of this bubble. So you keep going and you keep going and you keep going. And I think eventually you realize like there are no bubbles, but there are of course bubbles. And we all live in bubbles, but we create the bubbles because we need a
But
place to feel safe.
by
Go ahead.
bubbles, I'm sorry to interject, but by
Please, please.
bubbles you mean kind of like echo chambers or lenses or our kind of worldview? that we have
communities,
access
yeah,
to?
in positive and negative
Oh,
ways. There's communities, like I made my own bubble and I found a person that wants to live sort of in a shared bubble we created together, my spouse, my future
sure.
spouse,
Mhm.
right? So like, because him and I agree on sort of what it means to be alive, what it means to be a person, right? The moment I step into my parents' house, there isn't a reality in which queer people are healthy. Once I step out of my parents' house, there's a reality where they are because I'm a lived experience of it, right? So, what I'm trying to encourage people to realize is everyone thinks they're living the most subjective life, but I think we're all living very subjective relationships with reality, and that's okay. But I don't think we actually know what we're doing here. And I don't really believe people know what the answers to the universe are, but I think we have to pretend we do so we don't go insane. But
Are
I'm
there?
saying, what do you
Are
mean?
there answers to the universe? Like, I
Mm,
understand your position on in like we don't know what we don't know, right?
mm-hmm,
We don't know, and we can only see so far. We are limited in our perception. We are limited in our experience, and it's going to limit our ability to understand, comprehend, and even know what it is out there to
mm-hmm,
comprehend.
mm-hmm,
But stepping back from that, do you think that there is any kind of objective truth? Do
mm-hmm.
you think that exists? It's just that we can't see it, or do you
Mm,
think that doesn't exist? We are everything is subjective. We have to just deal with it
mm.
based on context.
Yeah, so I actually do believe there's an objective truth outside of us, but I can't prove it, right? Because, like you said, we
Sure.
can't know what we don't know, right?
Yeah.
So, what I imagine is if I'm looking at a scenario in which two friends are talking and there's a dispute about what happened, and you get enough witnesses to say, well, this clearly happened and this didn't, and there is sort of a truth that exists outside of those perceptions, that's the objective. It's not the way people see things that is always true, but I think if there was a camera or a lens to watch it, there would be an objective truth, even if it's unknown to us.
Interesting.
And that's just a
Interesting.
belief I have. It's not
No,
something I
sure.
know.
I mean, like it would be hard to prove, right? Like
Yeah.
it, and we kind of have to take it on faith, right?
Mhm.
So you
Mhm.
mentioned that you grew up Catholic, was it?
Yes. Mhm. Roman
And
Catholic.
you left at 19. Would you can still consider yourself a believer? Was it just the church that you left, or did you leave spirituality?
Mm. So, okay, gun to my head, definitely an atheist. Like if somebody said, "Do you believe a God is real?" or "Do you know?" or I'd say, "Look, there's no evidence for me to believe gods are real." But I don't know that for a fact. There could be an invisible God chilling in the universe that does not want to show themselves to us. But gun to my head, I'm pretty sure there's no magic in the universe. I'm pretty sure woo woo doesn't exist. I'm pretty sure like religion's not real and magic's
Fair
not
enough.
real and all of that. But
Yeah.
I'm open to anything that could be real because I just don't know.
Interesting. Interesting. I don't know. Uh, I guess similar story. I grew up Mormon, right?
Mm,
Did that for a while, and then just kind of got disillusioned, left, and here I am. And I
yeah.
don't know. Gun to my head, it would be very hard to answer. It would
Mm-hmm.
be it's a 50-50 shot, gang. Like I just don't have enough information to have
Yeah.
a really good answer. But I do believe, I guess, that s- people are spiritual beings. And let me explain what I mean by that. We do not come to our conclusions through um like we think we do. We all think that we are rational actors, that we uh weigh the facts, weigh our experiences, make a decision based on that. It's not usually how it works.
Mm-hmm.
We are often, not always, but often, we engage in post hoc rationalization.
Mm,
We believe something and then we justify our belief to
mm-hmm.
ourselves. We create a narrative or a story in our head that reinforces what we know to be true. We put the cart before the horse on this. I'm not sure if you've
Mm.
read any Jonathan Haidt, his The Righteous
I know
Mind.
his work. I've read only like maybe halfway through that book. I haven't finished it at all.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
But he talks about this a little bit, and there's been other people who've talked about this the same way. How do you think that? First of all, do you buy into that kind of way of thinking? I guess before
Be
I
specific for me so I can say yes or no. Like just
sure. Do you buy into the fact that we are spiritual beings, and the fact that we take things on faith? We post hoc
mm,
rationalize our way into our decisions rather than making our decisions based on rationality. In most cases, not all, Right.
Yeah, I would say human beings are we believe. That's kind of our mode of being, which is why I think like our bubbles are a reflection of our beliefs. They're not reflections of a reality. They're just
Okay.
reflections of what we think reality is, and which
That
is
was
why
my
we always come to
question, was
head.
how
Yeah.
the bubbles relate to
Yeah, for
that kind of
sure.
way of
Yeah,
thinking.
for sure. And I will say, like, I do consider myself someone who practices spirituality as a means, as a tool. Like, I love using drugs, and I think drugs are spiritual. And so I use drugs as a means to like understand myself better. Or the fact that I'm doing this meditation event coming up soon for 8 hours. We did 5 hours before, and now we're doing 8 hours of a silent meditation thing. That's kind of spiritual. You're sitting with yourself, you're like feeling the energy of the room, and you're asking yourself, are there thoughts I haven't thought before because I've been too busy thinking? So that's kind of woo woo, right?
Thinking about thoughts that so you're thinking, are there thoughts I've never thought because I'm too busy with these other thoughts that don't
Mm-hmm.
relate to these other thoughts?
Yeah.
There's a finite amount of attention we have. Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah. Yeah. The last time I had it, I had this really great, like, like, oh, okay, I feel like I can understand myself better in terms of, because I communicate kind of weird. I know that. I know that I speak a little, it's hard to understand me sometimes. And I know that when I sit with myself long enough, I'm like, okay, Brittany, is there a better way to say this? And I'm like, I don't know if I have the tools to say it better. And
Do
that
you
gives me time.
Well, let's talk about that, right? Like, do you feel in this space specifically, online content creation, the streaming world, do you feel that your let's say eccentric methods of communication uh make you misunderstood? And in what ways do you think that you've been misunderstood that have caused some issues or anything?
Um, so I don't believe anyone's ever universally understood.
Okay.
So I don't think there's a human on planet Earth that could ever communicate with every other single human on planet Earth. So because I believe that, and because I've never seen it, it's something that seems reasonable because I've never seen someone do that, right? Like think of Mother Teresa was like hated by Christopher Hitchens, right? Martin Luther King Jr. was hated by people.
Yeah.
Think of somebody who's a universal. You would think people would like them. Nah, there's always someone who doesn't quite understand them. So I think my job is to radically accept that I will be misunderstood.
What does that look like in a practical sense? Radical acceptance of being misunderstood. So when someone's coming up to you, okay, and they've seen you on a stream or they've read something, post you wrote or something, and it's obvious that they have gotten a message that you did not intend. What does radical acceptance look like? Does that mean you don't correct them, or does that mean like you just? Yeah, explain it to me, please.
Yeah, I think it's going to be different for everyone, but for myself, it's first acknowledging that I feel not seen, which is hurtful, and then acknowledge that that hurt is a part of the human experience, and I'm misunderstood by my own family. I would be misunderstood by strangers on the internet. And so my job is to do what I've done with my family, slowly communicate who I am, see if they can process it, see if they can accept it within their own vocabulary, and if they can't, then we live and let live, because there's only so much communicating you can do. I think over communicating is also a form of gluttony, where you try to over communicate and over communicate. I've had so many people tell me, Brittany, I'll see you, I'll get you, just explain it to me over and over. And I hate to say it, I think Kat Black says it best. Eventually, you gotta stop trying to explain yourself. Because I think it's okay if people don't see us fully. I think there are parts of us that people do see and we feel connected. Oh my gosh, you love anime? I love anime. And then we can talk for hours every day for a year about anime and never really get to know each other, right? That's one part. Now, I think you need to see certain amounts of parts of people to get certain levels of close. So I always say my partner can see the most of me because he can see almost all my parts. And that makes it easy for me to be vulnerable because he doesn't have to take me out of context. But if my mother, who I love so much, can only see 2 or 3 parts of me, well, then of course, no matter how much I communicate, she's just not going to see me. And that's not her fault. That's just who she is and who I am. So radically accepting that means not trying to force it.
Interesting. Well, I think this kind of relates to the discussion on boundaries too. So let's talk about that a little bit. For me, and I'll speak from my bubble, to use your terminology here. In my bubble, I don't want everyone to see all the parts of me. I think that's a bad thing. I keep a level of barriers, a layered barrier system, right? Based on the level of closeness I want someone to be with me. If I want to get close to them, I let them through the gate for the first ring of fortress walls, right?
Yeah.
So I guess I would ask, how do you determine who's worth the effort to try to understand you, or try to get to understand you. Make is a weird word. You know what I mean?
Yes. Yeah, of course. Of course. So, like, in my personal life, that was a journey I went on like 3, 4 years ago. I was experiencing like a really strange moment in my life. And it came into question, like, who are my friends and who are my family? And I had to sit down and actually ask myself, who do I want to be in my like very close proximity? Some people I can show very vulnerable parts of myself to. And that became my inner circle, like friends, and then ride or dies. So people that I will know till I'm 80, no matter what, because we're going to make the effort. We've decided to all make the concerted effort to never break this friendship. Versus my other close friends who are amazing in my inner outer circle. They're great and I love them and they love me, but I don't think either of us need to make space for each other to be like 2 a.m. calls. That would be like kind of inappropriate, right? Like I have friends who definitely reach out to me who aren't in our circle who are like, hey girl, I really need to talk. I'm there for you, but not like every month. Like if my inner circle needed me every day, I could be there. But there's like 15 people in it because I got 9 siblings and they're all in it. So I've got a lot of responsibility. And so in order to be the best version of me, I am open, but I have boundaries. I'm open, but I have boundaries. So negotiation and being clear about how much energy I have to give to other people.
That's probably a very wise way to do it. But you said something interesting there I want to kind of pick on a little bit, if you don't mind. You said that these people are in my circle no matter what, and we have all made this decision that no matter what, that they are going to be, we're going to ride or die, as you said. Do you think that's I don't know, that seems, at least to me, and it's not an attack or anything, it's unwise, right? I think that there should always be no matter how close of a relationship you have with someone, there should always be deal breakers, right? There should always be this, there are things that you can do that would make you no longer in this circle for me. I would no longer value you in the same way I did before. And maybe that seems transactional. Maybe that seems kind of like punitive, but at least for me, if I'm letting you in to a vulnerable circle or part of my vulnerable sphere, I'm doing so because I trust you not to go crazy and break the china in the china shop, right? Like, and if you demonstrate to me that, oh no, I was wrong to let you in, then yeah, you're out. I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's so fair. So that's the rule I have for everyone outside of my inner circle. But in my inner circle, my values do trump my sense of loyalty in a way, and I'll explain it. So if somebody in my inner circle, God forbid would never happen, but let's say they committed a heinous crime. Let's say a crime worth reporting them to the cops. I would report them to the cops, but visit them in prison.
Well, how kind of you.
I love you, but girl, you can't just go around doing stuff. You know what I'm saying?
So what if it wasn't like a crime? It wasn't illegal, but it was a violation towards you specifically. Like they betrayed your trust. You trusted them with a piece of information, and then they used it maliciously against you. Would you still keep them in the circle then?
Yeah, I have someone like that in my inner circle.
Really?
Yeah, I do. I love him so much, but he's not getting kicked out just because he's an asshole.
But okay. You're saying this is an asshole thing. I don't know.
Even more extreme. Even if he committed crimes. Even if he came over and stabbed me.
I guess so. That's wild. I'm trying to understand it.
It's unconditional love.
I don't know. Okay, fair enough. Wow. I'm sorry. I'm a little stun locked on this.
A lot of people don't believe in unconditional love, but I do. I really believe in it. I believe the consciousness that is them. There is no one in the universe that is them. And so if they are going on a journey in which they do something that's really against even my values to the point where I have to report them, that's still, like, they know that about me. So I love them. They can't hurt me enough to push me away. And they don't really want to. But the thing is like, there's still an understanding between us. And that's how we keep a cohesive existence, is like, we interact when necessary, but we understand that, you know, if things go wrong, space always heals all wounds, you know? But yeah, I'm really believe in unconditional love. Like if I have a child and that child's a horrible person, it doesn't change the fact that that's my baby. Like I will visit you in prison.
I understand that. No, I guess this is maybe the miscommunication that's happening here, and maybe I can kind of bridge this gap. So for me, unconditional love does not require me, right? I can love someone unconditionally, like no matter what you do, I'm going to love you, care about you, etc. But that does not mean that I have to give you unconditional access.
I agree with that 100%.
To my to my sphere, to my bubbles, to my anything, right? Whatever word you want to use for it. You don't get that. You can lose that. So I guess initially what I was asking is, can anyone lose access to your
Yeah.
inner circle?
They can't lose access to being in the inner circle, but they can lose access to calling me if I feel like, hey, you're violating my space and you're not giving me time. They can not have their phone calls answered. But I would explain it to them. So you
Hmm.
can't get demoted from the inner circle. I chose you for a very specific reason. You chose me
Okay.
for a very specific reason. But I am open to them going on journeys in which we are not cohesively interacting. So like one of the people in my inner circle, him and I haven't talked in like 3 years, but it's just a part of the relationship, right? But my phone number is always available. He can email me. I would never block him, is kind of the rule, right? Because he's inner circle. But that doesn't mean it's healthy for us to always interact, which is what you're saying, right? You
Yeah,
want to
well,
have
yes,
distance.
it's the access, right? Like,
Yeah, I agree with that.
I don't know. I think it's just kind of lenses. Like you talk
Mhm.
about bubbles, it's just different ways of defining terms. Like unconditional
Yeah.
love is something that, well, love is okay. Maybe I'm gonna rant. Forgive me for a little bit.
Please.
Love is one of the most useless words that I've ever seen humans use, right? At least in
Yeah.
the English language. Like I love my mom. I love my significant others. I love my audience. I
Mhm.
love my guests. I
Mhm.
love my dog. I love all these things, but they all mean totally different things, right? Love is we conflate it to so many things. It's so overused. And so when you say things like, oh, this is unconditional love, I never know what that means when someone says it. I always have to dig deeper.
Mhm.
I don't know. I think that we should just kind of retire that word. We need a different word. We need something else. We
Yeah.
need other terms.
Well, I mean, people are working on it. If you go to the sex positive open relationship bubbles and read The Ethical Slut, we're creating terms every day to represent the
Ethical
uniqueness of our.
slut.
Oh, it's an amazing book. Here, hold on.
Okay. The ethical slut. Got you.
It's amazing and it shows you how to create your own world. You know, people do it all the time and it's like just putting down boundaries and creating rules. So like I love you, here are my boundaries, respect them or we just won't talk for a bit. And then if you're out of the inner circle, whatever that means, inner outer circle, just like close friends, maybe the reason we stop talking is that I like red and you like blue. Like there
Sure.
could be a silly reason, right? So when you look at life, I think we have the power to create our realities. And that's why when I look at people and I'm saying these are all choices, I really mean it. We are all making choices. I think the world is a reflection of all of our choices. I don't think I'm exempt from it. I don't think anyone's exempt from the way that the world is as not being a part of it. Like we participate in the world, right? And so it's up to us to define things and redefine things.
Yes, I think we can do that to an extent, but we have I think the mistake a lot of people make. I'm not saying you are, but
Hmm.
a lot of people I've talked to, they like, I am the one who makes the decisions about my life. And that's
Hmm.
true to an extent
Hmm.
because we have to recognize that other people can absolutely make choices that shape our worlds, that shape for better or for worse. They can choose, like if someone chooses to unconditionally love you, right? To use that four-letter word I don't like, right? It does affect you. It does, whether you want it to or not. It changes your relationship with that person and how that kind of impacts things.
Hmm.
So I understand like being an actor, setting boundaries, things like that. I guess I would ask, my question here would be, do you ever think that people can set boundaries in a way that is malicious, right? That is hurtful?
Yeah, of course. Like you could say hold on, let me give an example. Let me think. Wick, if you don't it's a boundary of mine. If you don't share my OnlyFans link with everybody, we're not friends. It's like, what? That's not a boundary. That's like a weird, like, what are you doing? Okay. So I think obviously people can put down toxic boundaries or
Sure,
like
sure.
ultimatums can be toxic, but I think standing your ground and staying within your values can look like an ultimatum. It can look like toxic boundaries, but it also could be healthy. So I think everything is a healthy and unhealthy thing. Eating food is either healthy or unhealthy. Watching the internet is either healthy or unhealthy. Going to the gym is either healthy or unhealthy. So what I always say is you can live any lifestyle you want, any variation of existence, but elevate it. Make it healthy. So, like, if you want to be a backpacker who goes state to state, like my brother is currently dreaming about, fine, you can be homeless, but you better elevate it, okay? Be reasonable about your choices. And that's how I look at it.
Hmm. Can we be s- can we engage in activities that are healthy for us as individuals but are unhealthy for society?
100 million%.
Can you give me an example of that?
Yeah, I think sex work is my favorite example. I
Hmm.
think or even like LGBT, even being trans, which I love and support so much. I think society sometimes has a heart attack when things change too quick, so you could argue that it's bad for society, but I would argue it's okay and society needs to get over this hump and start accepting that people are different and going to live differently, right? So it's healthy for those individuals. They need to be represented. They need a place in society, which I 100% agree with, but it's going to hurt people along the way. And so that's just a part of growth.
Sure, but that's a healthy growth, right? And so
I think
I
so.
guess let me be more specific. Let me be
Mm,
more clear, if I
mm,
will. Um, so I think that the acceptance, and I think you agree, and this is
mhm,
why I'm using this as an example, is that the acceptance of trans people, LGBTQ community, all of that is in the long term going to lead to a healthier society.
mhm.
What I'm asking is there are things that can be healthy for us individually, but lead to, in the long term, the detriment and maybe even the dissolution of society and the health for society.
I'm
Like
not
you
sure.
mentioned sex work.
Yeah.
Do you think sex work, while healthy for the sex worker, might be unhealthy for society in the long haul,
I think it's
or what?
only unhealthy for an unprepared society. But society needs to get over the
Unprepared.
hump. I think sex work is like being LGBT or even an atheist. I grew up in the 90s where like even atheists were seen as like not
Yeah,
good
they were.
people.
Hmm.
So for me, I think society needs to get over the hump and recontextualize their perception of the things that they're afraid of. So I think all things are possible in an elevated and healthy version of it, but I think people always think X is unhealthy, and I'm here to squash that belief.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Uh, let's see. Healthy sex work. Do you think, as it's being practiced today, overall, generally in the Western world, do you think that sex work is healthy or is it unhealthy? Now, today, not how it could be, now how it should be, but
Mm.
as it is, right?
Um because I think it's healthier than it's been before, I would say it's healthy, but I would say we're still a long way from it being at its best.
What would you change to make it at its best? Like, how is it failing currently? I guess I'd ask. Like, what
Well,
changes would you make if you were queen of the world for a day or something, right?
I believe in free will and freedom so much. It's hard for me to tell people what I think they should actually do versus what I just wish people would do. But I don't think sex work is a problem. I don't think many things are actually problems. I think because we don't understand them or we can't view them in different ways, and because I think we create problems because we're learning and we're confused and we're on a journey and we don't have all the information. I just think human beings are doing their best, and that's why the world is great the way it is because it's the best we can do for now. But we're always and should always be working on getting better. So I don't think sex work is doing anything wrong. I think humans are reacting to sex work wrongly. I think they're thinking about it wrongly.
Interesting. Well, that's the question, though, then, right? So, if a majority of people are going to react to something, and you know they're going to react to something poorly, even though they shouldn't do it, is it still ethical to do it, even though it's not your fault they're reacting to it poorly? But you know that they're going to have that kind of, it's going to have this negative effect.
Hmm.
Um, is it still okay to do?
Yes, I think so.
Interesting.
So, because I believe we're animals evolved on a planet, because I think we had no choice to be here, because I think we are literally just here for funsies. And because I think we're all creating reasons that we exist and we're all creating like lures for
For
ourselves to feel good about
funsies.
it. Yeah. I don't think there's a real reason we're here, right? Is there a reason a lion exists or a bear exists? I'm not sure we're much different.
First technical issue. Can you guys hear me now? They were saying I'm quiet on my end.
Oh, okay.
How's my audio? Can you hear me fine? How's my
Yeah, I
audio
hear
on
you
yours?
great.
Okay. Well, hopefully,
My OBS says
it's
you're great.
fixed. Hopefully it's fixed, and hopefully they can hear me. But to answer your question, I don't know if there's a purpose, right? But
Hmm.
I can I can definitely see there if there isn't a purpose, perhaps we should make one, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Perhaps it would be better for society, for us individually, to make a purpose. I would point to as an example of lack of purpose being detrimental to the red pill communities
Mm.
and to young boys and men who, because of the patriarchy's demise in a lot of cases,
Hmm.
have now lost purpose. Where before they had very strictly defined roles, they
Hmm.
knew, right, what their place was in the world. We have, uh, based on our discussions on gender, based on our discussions on all these things, this is now much less clear than it was back in the days. And I think that this lack of purpose is leading these young men to seek it in, I would say, dark places, right? Like down paths that they should not tread. But because these are the paths that are actually offering purpose, I think purpose is important to people, I guess is what I'm trying to say. I think that we all need purpose. Like to exist just for funsies is great for a while, but eventually you're going to want more, I think.
Yeah, 100%. But here's the thing. The funsies is the macro. Why are we here on this planet? We don't know, right? So there's no reason to think it's serious. But when you go into the micro, your individual existing, everything within yourself, then purpose is mandatory to have a fulfilling life. It's necessary for the singular individual to seek out meaning. But if we always think about the detriment of society, I think we lose ourselves in the sauce. Because if individuals were healthier, I am one of those people who believe society would be healthier. But I think that right now society can't be healthy because as individuals, like, we're not healthy. And so I think there's something to be learned from that. But I think there's something very serious about your life. But I'm not sure that it matters to the universe.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I don't know. It's one things I'm thinking through live as we go. So excuse me if I'm um, touching on things or if I come across as kind of schizo here. I
You're
apologize.
doing great. Everyone loves it. I love it. My audience loves it.
Well, good, good. I think that we do have an influence and effect on the universe. And given that we do, given the fact that whatever the purpose is or isn't, whether there actually is one or isn't, what we do affects those around us, affects the planet we live on. And as we expand one day, perhaps, right, if we can ever get off this rock, it is going to have an effect on the universe as a whole. So given that that's the case, I think that we do matter to the universe. And because we do matter to the universe, I think it would be better to have purpose as not only an individual, but on a cultural, societal, national, global scale than not. Now, yes, purposes can be good or bad, right? Like if your purpose is to dominate all before you and, you know, what is it? Drive your enemies before you and hear the lamentations of their women. What was it, quote unquote? I forget exactly. I'm fucking it up, but I think that's a bad purpose, right? But if your purpose is kind of like to lean on the old Christian mythos of to elevate God's children, to do good, to love your neighbor as yourself, etc., I think that's actually a good thing. And I think that one of the unhealthy parts of our culture now is the lack of purpose. It is this going away from old traditional ideas. Now, not that the traditional ideas were good. I don't think a lot of them were good. But we need something. What we have now is a void, and it's worse than nothing. It's worse than something bad. We're descending into hedonism, and I think that's a bad thing. But that's my opinion. What are your thoughts? You're here not to hear me rant, to actually talk with me.
These are great thoughts. I think hedonism is a lack of discipline, in my opinion. And I think discipline is the answer to life. And I think suffering is the key to wisdom. So I think in life, it's default hard. And I think we struggle. And I think that struggle is a blessing as it is a part of earning that wisdom as we age. I always say I'm not a wise person, but I hope I am before I die, because I'm not sure that I will be. I think the version of wisdom that I'm seeking is a more harmonious understanding of myself in relation to existence. So everything outside of myself. I think purpose is great, but I think if we objectively, in my head, what objective means, if we zoomed out a camera and looked at the universe, I think everything is exactly the way it should be. Like when an asteroid collides or when a black hole, opens up, or there's these things and there's destruction. When a volcano goes off, like the volcano's not personally trying to kill you, bros, but it's doing its thing. I look at humans that way. And my hope is that eventually we'll get to the point where individuals will kind of evolve past this default that we are all as like babies and children and, sort of just doing our thing. And we'll get to the point where maybe we ask ourselves, is there a greater purpose, but not cling to this belief as the fact of our purpose. Because what happens is you're born into a bubble and then you're told your purpose is to be a good dad. And being a good dad means this. But then what if for you, it doesn't fulfill your purpose as a person? It's actually in conflict with society's purpose for you. Well, now you have to leave into a different bubble that sort of allows you to be the version of a good father you would have been in this bubble. But then does that impact society? Well, which society, right? In America, is Kentucky really worried about New York? So what does it mean when we ask people to like, be good to society? Whose society? In my neighborhood, we have anti-Biden people and pro-Trump people and pro-Biden people, and like we're pro-gay, but we're like trans. It's a really weird place I live, right? And I'm sitting here, I'm like, this is this community. Does this community need to be served in those ideologies, or do we want to change those ideologies, therefore destroying the community? So when we say we want to help society, it sounds a lot like we all want to destroy parts of it all the same, right? Like the
Well,
red pillars want to destroy feminism, and feminism wants to
sure.
take down certain groups. And so I don't know if I believe we have a universal purpose.
No, I get you. I think we should. I think that there's some parts of society do need to be changed radically. I think that if you have gangrenous bits on you, you need to cut them out, right? So when we talk about destroying communities or things like, yeah, some communities need to be destroyed. I'm pretty not violently, of course. I'm not talking about going in and enforcement, right? But I'm talking about we should absolutely get rid of some of the more harmful, problematic, unhealthy ways of thinking and ways of doing that we have had. I think that the problem becomes we don't want to replace it with anything. And I guess back to the void thing. Like we go into the community and we say, okay, your stuff, it's no longer valid. We're not going to listen to you. We don't care about your opinions here. And then we just lead them. And we lead them with nothing. And they feel ill-served. They feel ill done by. They don't feel a part of the group, right? Because they're not. We've abandoned them. They're like, yeah, fuck off, right? We've dehumanized them in a very real sense. I see this in the political sphere all the time, right? If you're a bad person, it's okay to do bad things to you, right? You're a Nazi, we're going to punch you in the face, right? Because you're not a person anymore. So we don't have to treat you as a person. You've lost that. And I think that's a problem, right? I think that's a huge issue. And we need to provide a replacement to these people. I don't know what it looks like. I don't know how. But I think that needs to happen, or we are going to continue to go down this unhealthy road. So yeah, I don't know. Is that... Go ahead.
Here's the problem. I feel like, okay, so I'm in the bubble of radical acceptance, which means there is no replacing people. There is only doing the work to change hearts or letting people live out their one life before they die. Because at the end of the day, no matter who you are, you're someone's villain. And yes, there's a spectrum to what is good and what is healthy and what is
Sure.
ethical and moral, but we're not going to agree. And I have a hard time saying that because of the way I think the world should be, now everyone should be like that. I just don't think I have the answer for 8 billion people. So I work with individuals on that for that reason alone. Like I believe so hard in the individual because I know that I cannot possibly guess what would be good for 800 billion, 8 billion people. Like how would I ever know that? I don't even know what's good for all women. All women tell me every day there are things they want that other women don't want. And so I'm like, great, then everyone get into your bubbles and everyone should serve their bubbles. The problem is when bubbles want to clash with other bubbles. And all of a sudden, Ukraine and Russia are at a war.
One of them bubbles pops, right? Like
One of them pops. Yeah. Yeah.
Or instead, maybe we should merge them. But so you mentioned earlier that we can never understand individuals either. So I would posit that we don't, from that level of thinking, we can't really know what's best for any individual either. Even ourselves. Look, I'm going to be real with you, right? I don't know what's best for me in a lot of cases. In a lot of situations, I look back and I'm like, man, I wish someone had told me to stop. Or I wish someone had told me, yo, if you continue doing this, it's going to hurt you. And I think that I get the hesitancy to want to impose on people. I get that. But at a certain point, should we not just be frank and say, yes, this is unhealthy. Whatever you think about it, that doesn't matter. And yeah, we shouldn't use authoritarian measures to stop you, but we should absolutely socially censure you for this.
I mean, I think it's fine in general to give your opinions. I do that constantly. And I definitely have, here's the problem is I have very strict values and morals, and most people think they're a little too crazy, too strict, right? I don't think you should lie to your partner ever. Right? I never lie to my partner. That's a rule. Even if it's embarrassing, even if it makes me think he'll feel bad, even if he thinks it'll make me feel bad, lying is not okay. But how could I hold the world to that standard when lying is so normal in society? It is so common. presidents lie, our parents lie, our authority figures lie, our kids lie, everyone lies, teachers lie. Like, people just lie. And they don't even mean to. Sometimes they do it on purpose. Sometimes it's malicious. But who am I to tell the world, like, you shouldn't lie? But I think it's pretty unhealthy that we have to live in a society where we need to, but also a safety measure in terms of us being evolved animals over time. So there's two parts of us. There's the part of us that is a biological creature on this earth that has instinct and desire and testosterone and estrogen and all these things that move us in a chemical way. And then there's the part of us that is the intellectual. I can think, therefore I am. And that part of us, I think, is personal. And I do think I know myself. I think you can work to know yourself. I have proof I know myself better than I knew myself before. And I know that I get to know myself more and more every day. And it's a journey into which I eventually will hopefully know myself in a very full way, but probably not before I die, right? So the journey itself is worth the existing itself. Because honestly, like, we don't choose to be here. And it's very hard. So the hope I can give to people is like, hey, good news. You can just tell all those people to leave you alone. Like Jazz Jennings, I just did a podcast on her. She's like this young, you know who Jazz Jennings is? She's a young trans activist.
I do.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm familiar.
I'm a big fan of hers in terms of her being like a person and living her best life. I think she should do that. But recently she came out and said, I don't feel like myself. And conservatives ran with that, thinking that she was saying she doesn't feel like good being trans. No. She's a girl who's been on TV her whole life, probably hasn't had a second to ask herself, what do I want out of my life, right? She's been famous since she was under 5. So she hasn't had a chance to say, do I want to be an activist? And you know that if she stops being an activist, even if it's good for her, people will be upset. So no matter what you do in life, if you live for society, I think you failed because you're living for people outside of your own joy.
Do we not have a responsibility, though, to those around us?
Absolutely, which is why if you find yourself not being cohesive with your bubble, you can try to radically change the bubble, or you can try to switch to a different bubble. And that's why I recommend for people to bubble hop. You find yourself like I was raised in a religious home that ended up creating my borderline because I was raised in a religious home. So I'm pretty I basically am the great poster child for having to leave a bubble to find peace. And I did. I left my bubble and I said, thank you for this bubble. It was really great in some ways. But in other ways, it really messed with my queerness and how I thought of myself. And it gave me a literal question mark on my own existence. And so I needed to leave. I'm going to raise my kids in a queer bubble, meaning pro-queer. My partner is very progressive. We want to raise our children feeling very safe no matter what their ideas are. And at the same time, I have values. But my values are mine for a reason. They're for me. They're for Brittany. They're not for the world. They're to keep me in check.
Interesting. Yeah, I think I understand. I won't say I know for sure, right?
Mhm.
I just met you. We're just
Yeah,
talking, right?
we're just talking.
We're feeling out the boundaries, right? We're the edges, the outlines of things.
Yeah.
If I hold a value, right? Lying is bad. Let's use that one. Because I too think lying is bad. There are exceptions, right? Like if a Nazi comes and there's a Jewish family hiding in my basement, yes, I'm going to lie to them, obviously, right? There are exceptions. But when it comes in general, I think that trying to impose that on society with kind of pressure, social pressure to be clear, and legal pressure too, right? Like plagiarism, perjury, etc. These should have consequences. No, I'm absolutely okay with saying my value is better than other people's, and I think it's demonstrably better than other people's, and I think it is better for people, outside again of notable exceptions. The question becomes, right, like how much do you pressure? How much do you impose? How much do you exert these kind of your will onto others? Because there is always a possibility that we're wrong. Right? Like we don't know what we don't know. There's always going to come a day where we think like, man, this is the best thing for everyone. It's best for me. It's best for you. But no, we're actually hurting ourselves. But when it comes to things like lying, it's very hard to see a world where normalizing lying would be good. I don't know. Maybe you can help me with that.
Well, I think it is the world we're in now. Right? I think our subconsciously and maybe unconsciously, we do this thing where we really encourage lying. Like how many dating advice shows literally say to, If your partner asks you this question, do not fucking tell them the truth. Lie to them. Lie to them. Can I cuss, by the way? Is that not should I not cuss?
You can't
Okay.
fucking cuss on my show.
Okay.
No fucking cussing.
Okay,
Okay.
perfect. So I think that lying is encouraged. I will say things. So I am a categorizing. I love categorizing things. So I will say I categorize living and surviving. So I think lying is always okay when you're surviving. So if a Nazi comes to your door and says, "Do you have Jews in the home?" You go, "Absolutely not. I don't even know what's a Jew. I've never even met one. I don't even know what that is." And then you kind of lie because you're in a survival mode. But I think if you're living, if you're privileged, if you have access, if you're literally just living a life, why are you out here lying? Like, what are you lying about? Now, I'm also very blunt. So if someone asks me something I don't want to answer, I'll be like, nah, I'm not going to answer that. And I'm very okay doing that, which I think in a lot of bubbles, it's culturally rude to say nope. I think in bubbles, they feel pressured. I've met so many people who've been like, well, they asked me that question and I just felt like, what if I didn't answer them? Wouldn't that be rude? I was like, so be rude. Like, I'm okay being rude if it means my safety, right? I'm okay being rude if it means
Yeah,
my
sure.
truth. But I think some people maybe are more people pleaser than I am. Maybe I'm a 7 on the big 5. So out of 100 on the politeness scale. So I'm not a very polite person, but I try my best to not cause waves unnecessarily. But you know what I mean? Like sometimes people rub you the wrong way and you got to do what you got to do. Hence chaos, hence bubble smashing, hence ideologies. You think when I talk to my mom, we don't fight after 3 days? When I go visit my mom, the joke is, 3 to 4 days and mom and Brittany's going to be fighting because my mom and I are on political opposite spectrums. It's gonna happen. But do we love each other after? Yes, because we have unconditional love. So no matter how different we're going to be, we're always going to be there for each other in this very crazy world that we don't know what we're doing here for. Like we don't know what we're doing here.
I think
And
that's based. That's as a kids say, right? That's based. That's a
Yeah.
value I think we should advocate for and actually, yes, pressure people to accept. I think that when people don't do that, when they stop being friends because they had a fight, that's bad. It hurts not only the individual, but it hurts society. Now, obviously, there are levels to this, okay? There are exceptions. There can be like disagreements that are deal breakers, as
sure.
I said before. But in general, again, I'm going to bring it back to the greatest evil in the world, social media, right? We have, right, this tool that we've never had before. The ability to curate and create our bubbles with an ease that was never, ever had. It is so easy to never hear opinions that disagree with you. It is so easy to never face any kind of disagreement. You don't like what someone's saying? Block them. You don't like how someone phrases something? You never have to see them. You make them disappear, right? In a very real way. They cease to exist for you. The algorithms and things direct us down these paths to an extent. And so, yes, I think that this kind of radical acceptance of our own bubbles is harmful.
Yeah, I think existing is harmful. I think humans being alive is harmful. I think humans are creatures that learn over time. I think we're flawed. I think we make mistakes. I don't think you get to exist without harming people. But I think you learn to harm people less. Harm reduction.
Interesting. Okay. Overall, you seem like and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you seem like you think that social media has been a greater boon than it has the harms it has done. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I think everything that is accessible to us is good for us in balance. So social media is a good thing. We should never have made it a bad thing, and it's on us when we do. That's why I say social media is a reflection of us. I think we're the problem. I think our politicians are a reflection of us. I think our leaders are a reflection of us. I don't blame authority. We are authority. We are the masses. We are the majority. So I blame the majority, just like I do when I think about myself being a Middle Eastern woman or a queer person. The majority has the power, and we are part of some voting majority. And we often don't do what's responsible by helping society. I'm on a live show. I'll talk to you soon. My brother just came home.
Oh, that's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine.
So I think that we are more responsible, but I also think we're just people being people. We're doing our best. Like when I look at the people in my life who have done some pretty horrible things, myself included, and I look at me and I'm like, why did I do that? I remind myself that I remember that Brittany. I remember why she did those things. I remember why she thought it was her only choice. And it wasn't until she realized it wasn't her only choice she made better ones. In society right now, we really think there's only so many choices. Look at Fresh and Fit. You only have one way of doing things. There's only one way because women are this. That's not how reality is. We are all so unique. There's so many different ways to exist. But if you think you only have one or two choices, you know what I'm saying? Of course you're going to
Yeah.
default to one of the two. But I think life is so much more. There's so many more options to existence.
What is I guess to kind of get on a little bit of a different track for a little bit. What is one option that you think that people aren't taking right now, but in general should? What is something that is something
Mm.
people, for whatever reason, in general, aren't choosing to do, but they really should, and they probably should get on it? What would you advocate for people to kind of wake up to and start choosing?
Damn, that's a good question, Wick. That's a really good question. Um, I hope this answer makes sense. But one of the things that I advocate for a lot, and I walk the walk with, is if people are open to it and want to consent to it, I really think negotiation works really well. And I mean this in a very particular way. I came to my mother years ago. We had been having a lot of problems in communication, just like horrible communication styles. No fault to her or me, to be honest with you. We couldn't do better at the time. So I went to therapy and I learned DBT, which is an amazing thing that came into my life. And I learned that if I taught my mother how to negotiate with me and communicate with me clearer, we could be closer. And it worked. So I sat my mom down. I said, okay, mom, we're going to negotiate. And she goes, what does that mean? I'm your mother. What does that mean? I go, I would like to negotiate boundaries. And she goes, what does that, Betty, what are you doing? Betty means my daughter. She goes, what are you doing? What are you doing? And I go, sit down, listen. I go, how would you like me to talk to you? And she goes, what do you mean? I was like, I find that sometimes when we speak, we tend to hurt each other's feelings. How would you prefer that I speak to you? And she like looked at me, and for once in my life, my mom and I really asked each other, what do you need from me as your daughter? Because there had been this pre-given script we had both been given about how mothers and daughters should act towards each other, and it wasn't working for us. So we made our own, and that 100% shifted how we communicate. Our relationship is so good. I just called her the other day and talked to her for like 4 hours about YouTube drama. I was like, Mom, my job is so weird right now, and I was like giving her the details on everything. And my mom's just like, Betsy, I'm in my 60s. I don't know what this means, but I'll help. And here's my mom trying to give me wisdom. That could never have been the past. My mom knows about my YouTube presence. She knows about my OnlyFans presence. She doesn't like it. But at least she knows that I'm obviously more happy than I've ever been, more joyful. And so that communication style would be what I would want for the world. Don't be afraid to ask each other, what do you really need or want from me? And if you can't get it from me, that's okay. I think we can go our own ways now. I think people are afraid of that.
Well, then let's do it now. What do you really want or need from me in this situation? What do you
Oh.
want this interview, this discussion, this conversation? What do you want that you aren't getting? And you're not going to hurt my feelings. I'm not great at this, right? I'm pretty new. But yeah, in what ways, what questions have I not asked you that you're like, man, I wish Wick would kind of ask me this. I wish Wick would bring this up.
Okay, so I have to ask you a question first because my brain works on a
Please.
goal-oriented way. I just won't do anything unless I have a goal. So I need what's your goal for this conversation? Do you
Yeah,
have one?
my brain works different. I'm the river. We go with the flow. Okay.
Oh, okay, cool. So I think you've done amazing so far, and I've really liked these questions, and I'm kind of sneaking a peek at chat, and chat is loving this. They said it's really
Good.
refreshing and
Good.
good. So right now I think you're doing great. I think I'm getting what I want, and I think I'm getting what I need. I feel comfortable.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I feel good.
Then that's just a check-in thing. Um, Goals. Let's talk about those, okay? What is your goal in this space, like in general? Like, what is your current goal?
Okay, I have tried to explain this to people, and genuinely, I don't think anyone believes me. I love making content. I've been making content for 12 years, 14 years, whatever
What
it's
does that
been.
mean? That's so broad. Can you be more specific?
I am willing to put myself out there to talk to people. And I like making content, and content allows me to talk to people. I like putting my ideas out there. When I was a kid, I was obsessed with talk radio. I've called into all of them. I've met Sean Hannity. I've met Glenn Beck. Like, I've done crazy things in my life because I was sure I would be a talk radio host in the Republican Party. I was sure. Like a Republican talk. I was sure. And then I realized as I moved out of the Republican kind of bubble and moved into the liberal one, and then the Democrat one, and then the progressive one, and then, I I realized that my goal as I made content through all of those changes was always just to talk to people. That's why I've met so many people. That's why I've talked to so many people. I'm just like, hey, you want to talk? But I think ultimately it's to possibly learn something new about myself or the universe. Somebody out here has an answer I don't know yet, and I want you all to tell me what it is. So my goal is to continue that conversation and to get those goals met. And since this has now turned into my job, obviously it's to sort of learn how to be a businesswoman and maintain income. So that's the realistic part of it. But
Making
yeah,
money, it's so hard. I'm very new
it's a
to it.
thing.
It's
You
difficult.
have to have multiple streams of income. Listen to me, multiple streams of income. That's the only way I know how to do it. Otherwise I fail.
I'm with you. Like, I just started dual streaming to YouTube, and that's been a good thing, right? But
Nice.
it's a struggle. I think for me, it feels like begging, and I don't like that, right? I'm like, okay, gang, give me gifts and subs and super chats and stuff, and it feels so kind of it feels like an imposition. And despite my values, I would like to oppose on them. I generally am not a person who engages in imposition, right? I think that that's one of my values is live and let live to
Yeah.
an extent that we should. But yeah, if someone asks me like, hey, what do you think lying's bad or good? I won't say, well, it depends on what you think. I'll say no, lying's bad. Right? So
Yeah,
I
I
don't know.
think I will say that one of the things that I did for myself as a content creator, because I always worked jobs. I was a professional nanny in my 20s. That's how I basically made money, as well as doing YouTube for free, basically. So I'd work 3 jobs. I always work 3 jobs. That's like the rule. Until you can make one of them your full-time income, just work 3 jobs. That's like so American, so workaholic of me. But it worked for me. So I used to do things for free. I still do, right? As YouTubers, you just post content and you hope it makes money. Like you're not getting prepaid. I'm not getting paid. So for me, what I hope is that my YouTube channel will encourage people to like sign up for my Discord or do other things, because those are the things where like actual like discourse can happen, real conversation can happen, which is my ultimate goal. But I'll say that this is an awkward space. It's a new space. I'm still learning how to navigate it. I tend to like everybody in this space, even though we all disagree. And I think that's kind of something that I want to maintain in the long run, is that this is a space that's confusing and it's going to get messy, but hopefully we can get past it. So that's kind of my goal in the space too, to be somebody who's okay with it being chaotic.
Well, yeah, there's my chat's saying I'm being too mild on you. They want me to go hard on
Go
you
harder
for
on me,
some
Wick.
reason. I can't think of I guess well, I guess I'll just ask it, right? So recently, and I know you don't want to talk about the personal relationship, so we won't get into that. But recently you had kind of a public bridge burning episode with Destiny. Can you kind of just from your perspective, from a professional perspective, kind of through your eyes in your bubble, kind of walk us through what happened?
Ooh, I think it was just a very messy situation with a lot of miscommunication. On
Okay.
both ends. So for me, I don't think it's that big of a deal. I feel like a private conversation could fix it in 20 minutes. But I think that if we keep having it on the internet, it's not going to get fixed because it's not the internet's business. The multi layers that go into our relationship is confusing. As a professional, I have critiques of the content that's being curated, but not because I think the content's bad. I think the ideas are bad.
What are can you give me some examples of these from a content creator's perspective, bad ideas that are being curated?
So my friend told me this. I'll say this publicly. My friend scolded me this morning. She was right. She said that I didn't offer grace in places I normally do with people. And to be honest, I think I do have a short fuse with people who don't walk the walk. And so I think I got to the point where I kept hoping somebody would walk the walk. And when I didn't see it happen, I just lost all grace.
What would walking the walk look like in this situation? What could have Destiny have done to demonstrate to you that he was willing to walk the walk, so to speak?
Well, okay, and I could be wrong on this. Somebody tried to explain it to me
Please.
that Destiny's bubble is political, and I'm not in politics anymore. So Destiny as a political streamer is good because he moves people from the radical sides to the more to the center, which is the goal. And I thought, oh, that's really healthy. But my job is interpersonal work. My job is the individual. So when I look at somebody's walk the walk, that's an individual's responsibility, not a political streamer who's pushing a political ideology. That is different because that's for society and I work for individuals. So I think the big miscommunication here was that I kept thinking Steven and I would eventually find a space where we could be talking about the same thing. But every time I come on the streams, I'm always talking about the individual. And he's always talking about society. So I really just think it was a mistake, like a miscommunication.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, I really do.
The individual and the society are in inextricably linked. So at least from an outsider's perspective, because I'm gonna be real with you, I don't follow the lore too much, right? I
Yeah.
heard about it. I don't know the specifics, right? Um, Society is made up of individuals.
Mm-hmm.
So if you change individuals, you can change society.
Mm-hmm.
I think that you actually, at least from this very small nugget you've given me, kind of do have the same goal. It's just you're coming at it from different sides. You're spit roasting it, right? Like you're coming from the bottom up, he's looking
Yeah.
from the top down. Do you really think that's like irreconcilable? Irreconcilable? You know the word I'm saying.
No, I don't think it is, but I think that there needs to be something clear about who I am as a person. So,
Okay.
you know, when Abba and Preach takes down these red pillars, it's so fun to watch. And they'll talk about like Donovan and how he says one thing but does another. And he's a loser for doing that. He's lame. He's not even disciplined with his own philosophy. How do I not then extend that to other people on the internet? That same form of judgment. If you don't walk the walk, I don't really care what you're saying. Now, I do come from political progressive bubbles as well as Republican bubbles. And in both those bubbles, though people behind closed doors are doing unethical things, the idea is when they're caught, you're in trouble. So in this debate sphere, it doesn't seem like people want personal responsibility. They want to know if the politics is moving society in a way they want. So that's just very hard for me to understand. Because
I agree with that. I
Yeah?
agree. Like, I'm gonna put a pin on this. Like, we're it's two team sports in here. Like,
Mm.
there are a lot of people who just because someone shares their political values will excuse. And I'm not saying I'm speaking generally here. I'm not addressing this specific situation. I want to be clear, right? Yeah. If someone is a political ally, they will
Mhm.
excuse all sorts of heinous
Mhm.
acts from that
Mhm.
person, and they won't hold them accountable in a real way. Now, that's not everyone, but too many, let's say. I won't say it's even the majority, but too many do this. It's a problem, and it does need to be fixed. So I'm with you on that 100%. I guess what I'm failing to understand, maybe you can help elucidate me if you feel it's worth the time, right? Is how Destiny failed at that, right?
Okay, so let's say you're Sneeko and you're a
Yeah,
young
yeah.
man and you're looking at men. And the men in the red pill are telling you, this is how we treat women. And then this guy comes on and goes, no, you should treat women better. And then Sneeko goes, okay, how do you treat your wife? And
Okay.
I'm not saying that I'm objective here, but cheating's pretty bad. And I'm
Fair
not saying you're a bad person if you cheat. I'm saying it's a bad thing. And I'm saying that means you broke consent, right? Because that means you agreed to something. Because cheating
It's
can't exist
contract,
unless you
yeah.
agreed,
It's a
right?
breaking of a
So
contract.
if
I
I'm
agree.
Sneeko
Mhm.
and I'm seeing this rich guy who hangs out with younger women and doesn't care about their consent, how is that different from Red Pill? It doesn't make sense to me. There's no consistency. It's like meeting a Republican who says like have a traditional marriage where you don't cheat and then you find out they're having an affair.
Okay. Yeah,
For
I'm
me,
not
I'm not
Destiny
a
to
big
be.
fan. But look,
Yeah,
I have people in my inner circle that have cheated. I have people all over my
sure.
life who have cheated. Cheating is so common, apparently. But I still think it's bad and I think it's unhealthy. And I think it's awkward to sort of be like, I try my hardest again to walk the walk. So if I fail, I admit it. If I say I haven't lived up to my values, I admit it. Now, if cheating is a part of your value system, which for some of my people it is, for some people in my life, lying and cheating to their partners is okay. And the women and men consent to it both. Kind of like the fresh and fit girls who will consent to that type of one open-sided relationship in an unhealthy way, right? Everyone can consent, but I still have an opinion that I think is unhealthy. And I'm just confused on when things are supposed to match up. Like I remember I used to hang out with a bunch of progressive YouTubers, and in public, it was always consent, consent, consent. But in private, it was, hey, can we get drunk and do BDSM? Can we get drunk and have sex? And I was like, hey, I can't do these things drunk with you for the first time. I need your full sober consent. And then they didn't want to talk to me anymore. So I think of consent as a very strict notion. I think it's really hard to get it perfect. Some could say I break my mom's consent by going on OnlyFans or being anti-religious or whatever I do. So I'm just trying to find a balance within my values. And my values got to come first. They just
No,
have
I
to.
get that. I get that, right? Like, look, I'm not here to build any bridges or burn any bridges. I'm just trying to understand what happened, why it happened from a professional standpoint, and kind of contextualize and see how this plays out in the larger space as a whole. Because this incident between you two isn't the only incident right? That's ever
Right.
going to happen. It's not the only you're not the only two people that's ever going to have these kind of like tiffs,
Of course.
public
It's so
tiffs,
a part of
right?
this. It's so a part of the bubble.
Yes, yes.
Fighting and infighting. Yeah. That's why I'm saying it's a little like, okay, Wick,
Sure,
this is my whole thing.
please.
I am so open to negotiation, but we all define words differently. My audience and I have been debating what a friend is for like 2 years. Because to me, if I just meet someone once, I'm like, friend. It means nothing to me. Because I grew up in a culture where like everyone's your friend. Your neighbors are your friend. Your church people are your friends. So to have a deeper or closer friendship, you have to negotiate. To do this, you have to have time. To do this, you have to have understanding. And I just think it's a common mistake. It's a miscommunication, and it's not that big of a deal. And it's so easily fixed if you believe it works that way. But if you think there's a way that friends always should be or family should be, then of course we're going to differ. I got so much feedback from people. And they did tell me, Brittany, in my bubble, this would hurt my feelings if you said this to me. And I said, that's so fair. And I said, again, if my friends explicitly come to me and say, hey, don't talk like this. I need you to be, I will negotiate. But no one's come to me yet. I have no DMs
Okay,
and I have no
so he
personal phone
hasn't.
calls.
You're saying he hasn't reached out to try to build it on his end.
No, as far as I know, and I won't violate his
Fair enough.
consent,
Yeah,
he's
good.
decided
Nope.
to burn the bridge.
Fair enough. Okay. Yeah, I don't want to go too hard on you on this. I know this is kind of a sensitive issue, so I'm trying to be as respectful as possible. But
Thank
people are
you.
asking in my chat, and
Yeah. Look, I'm
Yeah.
really happy when I can have friends that are diverse from me. I'm excited
yeah.
that Sneeko wants to keep talking to me and Kyla wants to keep talking to me and all these people. But if they ever felt like my presence wasn't doing them good, of course I'm okay with them moving away from me. Always.
Now you mentioned grace and extending grace to people, and I guess from my read of the situation, if I may pontificate a moment, indulge me, please. It seems that I was raised, and this is my bubble. Praise in public, condemn in private.
Ah, yeah.
Do you think that this being such a public thing was a mistake?
I think I should have had more grace if I was going to talk about it or maybe preface the conversation with I've lost all patience.
Fair enough.
Yeah,
Fair enough.
because I think inner circle gets that. My mom does that for me. My relatives will call her and be like, "Did you see what your daughter did on the internet?" My mom will be like, "She's 30. She could do what she wants." And then in private, my mom's like, "What are you doing?" You know what I mean? So I think that works. But I have a problem with myself. And this is my shortcoming. I don't know what we're doing on the internet. I don't know who's a friend or what's happening. There's so much miscommunication. And maybe I'm being a little spectrumy here, but I need some clear negotiation at this point. I am very confused. Like,
Noted.
I've met Abba once. Abba and I were chill. He trusted me enough to share an Airbnb with me. But if I went around saying Abba and I were super homies, I feel like that would be really uncomfortable for Abba because I've met him once. Like, we don't talk in private very often. We DM about work. So are we all coworkers or are we friends? Well, I'm friends with my coworkers, but like, what does that mean?
Friendly versus friends. I think that there are a lot of people I'm friendly with. I would agree with you. There are a lot of people I'm friendly with in this space, but they're not my friends. If I'm not talking to someone offline, right? If I haven't broken bread with you, so to speak, if I haven't shared things with you, right? You're probably not my friend. I'm friendly to you. I'll be courteous. I'll be kind. I'll be respectful. I'll be all these things. But yeah,
okay. This is where I get confused because like I've met so many YouTubers and like we're all friendly. Like I'm really friendly with like Sargon of Akkad. Like Carl and I are friendly.
Sure.
We like each other. We've worked with each other at events. He's really nice to me. He says good things about me. I say good things about him, even though we so differ. But we're not friends, right? At the same time, I think that's why I need to ask the individual, like, what do you think is going on here? Because again, I'm not sure that, like, when I worked at Kroger, I was friends with everybody I worked with, but I didn't see them outside of work. Or even if I did, even if they poured their whole heart out to me, I'm not sure what that means, right? So it doesn't even matter if I broke bread with you. It doesn't matter if I've slept with you. Are we friends? I don't know. Like,
where do we cross that boundary? Like,
it's up to
at
the
what
people.
point, right?
Every individual is different. So for Brittany, like I could be sleeping with you and I might not consider you a friend. So I don't
Really?
know.
Okay.
what that means. Even though I've only slept with my friends, I still am open to the idea that there might be someone that's not my friend that I could sleep with. Not now. I'm monogamous and I'm getting married, everybody. But do you get what I'm saying?
Congratulations.
Thank you. I just want people to negotiate with me and tell me what it is for you. Kyla and I actually did that in private and it was really, really great. And we did that a few months ago and that was really necessary because, again, my inner circle's full. My time is very limited, but people do tend to reach out to me. And I really appreciate that. I really don't tell people's secrets on the internet, and I will never tell anything that I was told in private. But I don't think that means what it means to people. Do you get what I'm saying?
I
Just because
do.
you've told me things doesn't mean we're having the same amount of intimacy that is being perceived. So just talk
Do
to me.
people have to consent to be your friend?
Sometimes it depends. Some people are really chill and we naturally became friends over years and never really talked about it, but it's obvious. And then some people, we need clear distinctions of boundaries. So I tend to have people in my life
Let
only
me
take what.
rephrase.
Oh, okay.
I think I phrased it poorly.
Sorry, go ahead.
Does someone have to consider, does the friendship have to be reciprocal for it to be friendship, in your opinion? So, for example, can you consider someone a friend? Like, this person is my friend without them necessarily considering you a friend.
No, I think no.
It
That
has
seems
to be
inappropriate.
reciprocal?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it has to
Okay.
be, it not only has to be reciprocal, but for it to be real, it has to be talked about. So I can assume that I'm friends with like Sneeko, but does Sneeko call me? Like, have I talked to Sneeko in private in a while? No. Like, how friendly are we? Do I know Sneeko's like last name? No. Do I know anything about him? No. But are we friends? Yeah. Because we stream sometimes. And we might even hang out in person maybe once. No, I haven't done it yet, but maybe soon. But like, what does that mean? How close does that mean? But I think people do, well, you're associating with them. You're having dinner with them. You must be close to them. But like, you can do those things with people and never know anything about them. At least I can. Right?
Interesting.
So that's the problem is like, which bubble am I in? What's the language mean? What does it mean to be a friend?
Well, that's part of the structural system, right? I think streaming is especially fraught for this because one of the things that, at least in the areas I swim in when it comes to as a news streamer,
Mhm.
it's very, very personal. People
Mm.
talk about their personal beliefs, their personal feelings, their personal thoughts, their personal, etc. They are the product. People come to see you.
Mhm.
They come to see you as a person. They come to see me, well, sometimes as a person, right? Like, they want to get to know us, and so it kind of bleeds, the professional and the personal bleeds together, and I think what are really fraught and problematic ways, potential problematic ways. It doesn't have to. I think there are examples of people who swim well in these spaces, who are able to navigate the social milieu very, very well, very appropriately, right? I think one of the criticisms that I heard of you, if you don't mind, is that you made an erroneous assumption about the status of friendship, right? And it just, there was a miscommunication on that end, and you ran into something that Destiny at least considered kind of a deal breaker, if you will. So I
Yeah.
wonder, and I say all this to ask you this:
Mhm.
in what ways can we advocate for the streamer world to be better in this regard, to have more separation, or should there be more separation between the personal and professional in the streaming world? And what does that look like?
Ugh, I'm gonna sound like such a little record here, but like the only solution I have encountered myself is recognizing once again, like who are your inner circle, who are your casual friends, who are your coworkers, like have a shared reality in a way. Because again, I think that like in high school, just because you hopped from table to table and because everyone calls you a friend, there is like a spectrum of friendship, right? Don't we have best friends? And so for me, I I just got really confused through the process of like what we were all talking about. Because again, I'm a person that people usually come to. They tell me a bunch of stuff about their life. Like I have even like much more famous YouTubers in my DMs, but I'm not their friends. Like they just tell me about their life and I hear it and I give them some advice and they go on their way, but they do always feel close because when you share intimate relationship stuff, when you talk about your life, it makes you feel intimate. There's that experiment people do where you ask each other a certain set of questions, looking each other in the eye, and all of a sudden you will feel attached to a person. So I think we need to recognize we're human and we have flaws, that we get attached inappropriately, but also appropriately, that it's okay to feel hurt that something went wrong. I mean, I feel hurt, sure, through this process, but I
Sure.
also really, really know, I've done this 1,000 times, all it is communication error. It's communication error. Because in my personal life, my real life, obviously all my friendships are great. We've been friends for 20, 12 years, 6 years. Like we've all been friends forever. And then my siblings, right? When I look at my online life, the reason I always see it crumble is one, the personal. I don't know if I should give you a real answer or a political answer. I feel like giving you a political answer.
Do what your heart desires, but now I want to know both.
Okay,
just
so the
be real with
political
yourself.
answer, I'll
Yeah,
say it.
please.
The political answer is we shouldn't get to know each other. We should be professional and we shouldn't be vulnerable with each other. But the real answer is that we will, because we're human and we want closeness. We want to be seen. So if you want to be seen, get ready to be vulnerable, hold yourself accountable, and get ready to really feel pain. Because earning a
does
friendship is, go ahead,
what does holding yourself accountable look like in this space?
to your
Right.
values.
Okay, so for example, right, to maybe make this more clear for my audience, I think I understand what you mean, but I'm not sure my audience does. So I'm going to try to walk us through this. You and I hypothetically become close friends. We start DMing, we start sharing, we are letting each other in past our barriers, etc. And then one of us violates a boundary, right? Say, let's, for the sake of argument, just to use me as an example, say I do something that was a deal breaker for you. Oh no, this is unacceptable. I'm gonna have to burn this bridge. Wick, you are no longer in my outer circle. Wick, we have to send you away. What does accountability look like that for me? And what does accountability look like that for you in the context of online public streaming?
Ugh. Okay, so first and foremost, if you didn't do anything that betrayed your values and you broke my boundary, then I would say, hey, Wick, if you're open to it, is it okay that we don't act in this way in association with me? And if it's not okay, then we need to renegotiate the way we interact, because I'm open to that. I'm always
Sure.
open to people coming and leaving my life because it's a part of life. I don't know how to fix online streaming spaces. I think we're humans and we're messy. And I think the best way to fix anything is communication. But I don't think you have good communication if you're not willing to admit some sort of uniqueness to your personality, right? So some sort of uniqueness to your belief system. Because again, I just don't think we're going to share reality. So our job is to see if we can still be around each other,
Sounds
right?
like you really don't like hypocrites, if I may be so blunt.
I don't. I like people who walk the walk. I really don't like inconsistency in humans. I think it's very weird and it's unpredictable, and I don't like unpredictability.
There's a quote by Ralph Waldo Emerson. I'm not sure you're familiar with it, but I love to use it because I think I'll say the quote and then I'll explain it. A foolish consistency is a hobgoblin of little minds. Let me explain. I think that at least in the online spaces, and to a degree in our personal lives, we fetishize consistency and we mistake it as the goal rather than the tool to get to the goal we need. Consistency is good, right? But it is not my goal to be consistent. That's my values system doesn't include I have to be consistent. It's nice if I am. It's helpful if I am, and it's useful to kind of explore my own boundaries, explore my own values. But I think too often, and it's not just you. This isn't a personal thing. This is something I see all the time in the debate sphere, right? Like, oh, you were inconsistent, so you're wrong. Not necessarily, right? There may be something else at play that causes this inconsistency that we haven't yet explored. But actually, yes, it's good they were inconsistent in this instance. So I wonder, right? I wonder if that maybe isn't something that we should kind of, yeah, this is going to come off really patronizing. I do not mean it to. I'm sorry Yeah, if we should just give more grace for inconsistency in people. People are going to be inconsistent. They
Mhm.
are. There's no stopping it.
Mhm.
Everyone's a hypocrite to varying degrees.
Mhm.
So I guess maybe we should just kind of accept it.
Um, well, I've met people who aren't hypocrites. I've met a lot of them. They're really consistent with their values. They're
I
really
press an
consistent.
X to doubt. Like I think that like it's if I don't know. I
Values,
can't
Wig,
speak.
but
I
values,
can't
not
speak.
like
Go on.
not petty stuff. Everyone's inconsistent with petty stuff. I'm
Can
talking
you give
about
me
real values, like die for your values.
die for our
Not
core
not
beliefs?
not like yeah, not like silly stuff like oh I never run red lights or I don't text and drive. That's like stuff people do accidentally all the time. I'm talking about you are faced with an opportunity to do what's good based off your values and you don't. That inconsistency is not safe to me. So I'm very like distance with people who are like that. And look, I come from a very strict background. I come with a lot of really consistent people in my background. People who do not lie and cheat, people who work very hard at being consistent within their values. They're not perfect. We've all had moments, but they are openly willing to always talk about them. They're always willing to say, "Oh yeah, that's like my toxic days. Oh yeah, that's when I was being
Hmm.
unhealthy." So when I don't see that in people, when I don't see a consistency within values, they're unsafe because they're not predictable. When I don't see a consistency in them owning their faults, well, that's unsafe. When I don't see, so I need some sort of barrier of trust.
Interesting.
Like, go ahead.
No, no,
Mm,
I don't mean to interrupt, but I wonder. I wonder if that doesn't trap us, right?
mm,
We These are my core values. I need to be consistent to them
hmm
when perhaps our core values are holding us back. Our core values are wrong.
hmm
Our core values are
hmm
unhealthy. We just don't know it, right? We
Yeah, for
don't know what we
sure.
don't know.
For
So
sure.
I'm wondering if this insistence on always being consistent. Like if I was a pacifist,
Mm,
I don't believe in violence. It was something I held dear and whole core. And for the most part, I live my value, right?
hmm
I let people beat me up. I don't fight back. You know, that kind of thing, right? I I I don't advocate for war, even
hmm
though it might be a defensive war or something. But then one day, someone comes to my home and is aggressing upon my mother or a loved one, and then I choose to step in because I have, in this moment, realized I cannot simply sit by and watch.
hmm
Is that inconsistency or is that simply a change in value?
Changing in values is good. I think change is always good. Growing and changing and making decisions and revamping yourself is fine. I think if you tell the world, though, like I do, like, hey, these are my values, I'm going to stick to them. And if I don't, you can hold me accountable. That means that I should inform the world, like my siblings. Let's say I tell my siblings, hey, if I do this, like, make sure you hold me accountable. But if I come to them and say, okay, guys, revamping my change, you don't have to hold me accountable for this. You need to hold me accountable for this because this is my value now. That's fine. But again, I think like good people exist. I think most people are good. I think it'd be nice to have good people in our neighborhoods, people that are consistent, people that are consistently good, people that are consistently nice and kind and welcoming. But I also think that looks different to every community. So I don't think we even universally know what kindness looks like.
Okay.
Or, because what you've ever heard of tough love? I come from a
I
tough love
have.
background.
Cruel to be kind, right? As the song
Yeah, and
says.
I can I be honest with you?
Please.
Like my therapist, the therapist that like saved my life. She was so rough with me. And I needed somebody like that
Base.
cuz I'm so aggressive as a person that she was just like, "Look, Brittany, you can do whatever you want, but these are the realities of what your life is right now." And I'm like, "Okay." And then it really was a matter of, you know, everyone has a different love language. Everyone is taught differently. That's what I'm saying. There is no universal answer. There's only bubble answers. There's only cultural answers. I cannot help people universally. We cannot help people universally. The road to hell is paved in good intentions because I think people keep projecting their kindness onto people when they don't need it. Like my neighbor is so sweet. Wick, she's the nicest person. But if she brings me over food one more time that I can't eat because of my diet, I'm going to scream. Like she's so nice. But she like is always trying to help me, but it's not helpful. But I can't
I
explain it
get
to
you.
her.
No,
You know what I'm saying?
I absolutely agree with you that we think that what we impose our values on others, we assume, not maliciously, we just this is how people are, because I think it would be nice for someone to bring me food.
Exactly.
I'm going to bring someone else food. Now I don't judge people for that, right? I think that's a
Mm,
good thing. I would rather them do that than the opposite, right? Like I'd rather them be erroneously kind than malicious or apathetic, right?
For sure.
That said, yes, I think that all too often we are taking our values and we are saying that these must be the things that other people
Yeah.
value. I do agree with you
Yeah.
there. Now, that said, I think that's a matter of taste in what you're referring to. The kindness, the taste, right? Like the fashion, if you will. It's not so much a strict core value. It's more of a like, I don't eat these things. I don't like this kind of food. So I'll get like if someone went out and bought me right a really really nice bicycle like a motorbike.
Mhm.
They may love motorbikes. I don't give a shit, right? Like I wouldn't care. I'd thank them for it, but I'm like, oh yay, a bicycle, hooray,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, but that's a taste thing, right? That's a taste thing. That's not a value thing. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that. That's the problem is I think these are things are so specific to all of us. Like I am a big believer in being a bridge builder, but I think like with boundaries. So like with my family, I've been told so many times by people like burn the bridge, destroy them, keep them out of your life. But why? When I love the consciousness that they are, why don't we just figure out a way to all get along? And then when we're not getting along, just say, "Hey, I love you. I'm going to go home now. I love you. I'm going to go home." But in the past it was fuck you, I'm going home, you fucking bitch, and then I would leave. Do you understand that I went from yelling on the top of my lungs to, "Hey, I love you so much. I'm going to see you later. Bye." And that took work. It takes
Courtesy,
work.
yeah, courtesy is hard, but at the end of the day, courtesy costs us nothing. I think that
It costs us
we
time and
fair,
spoons.
fair, and spoons. Okay, I'm gonna be real
Yeah.
with you. People say spoons all the time. I don't know what they mean. I have no idea
Spoon
what they
theory
mean.
was created by a lupus advocate that every every action she takes a spoon of energy. So like I have an autoimmune most likely.
Mm.
That's what they're saying right now, but you know. So we'll see, but it's like every like even brushing my teeth takes energy. Now I can't call someone. I wanted to call my mom the other day and I couldn't talk to her because I was out of spoons. I'd already done the dishes for the
Got
day.
you. Okay.
So spoons.
I'm picking up what you're putting down now. Thank you
Yeah.
for the clarification. I've always been too afraid to ask, and I think this happens a lot to me. When I first came into this space, it took me a month to figure out what tanky meant.
Oh God, I always
I
forget. It's a political term. Something
Yeah, it's a
about
political term, but it's one that
communists.
no one outside of this space ever uses, right?
Yeah.
It's Marxist-Leninist,
Oh,
basically,
okay.
right? Um, for the longest time, I was convinced people just hated World of Tank players. I'm like, why do you? What's wrong with World of Tank players? Is this a meme? Is this something that we're memeing on right now? It just
Isn't
didn't
that a
make
perfect
sense to me.
example though? How do people always tell me, "There's no way she doesn't know this. There's no way she doesn't know this." I hate to tell you guys all things. I don't know a lot. Okay? And I forget anything that's not relevant to my life. That's just how I work. But that is a great example. Like there is language that people are like, "You should know this." What does that mean? So I as a person don't believe in common sense. I think you only know what you know and what you share with other people is common. But I think everyone has a different relationship with reality because literally I see it in my own life. I see it right now online. I see it everywhere where we're all having different relationships with like the similar news stories. Every time we hear something, we're like, well, this is what that means. It's like, no, this is what it means. And outside of both of our opinions, there actually is something that it means. I just don't know if we're always going to have access to knowing what it is.
No, I get you. Um, do you think that we should strive to kind of okay, I guess I'll ask this. When it becomes clear to you in the process of communicating with someone that they are using a word that wrong in your view,
Mm.
that they are using this term wrong, they are using friend
Mm.
wrong. What do you do from there? Do you try to find a shared
Mm.
understanding? Do you simply correct them and say, well, no, actually, friend to me means X, Y, or Z? Or do you just accept their for the purpose of the conversation, their definition and just move on with that? What do you
You
think's
know,
best practice?
it depends. So like most of the time I try to jump into other people's bubbles because mine is too distinct, like too specific. I try not to force people except in my own content. Like so I do try to use words or understand what people are saying so I can like kind of use the words the same way. So the dilemma is that I sometimes when I do that though, like I really think I fucked up with the friend thing. Like I just kept going with it and I was like, yeah, that's cute. We're friends. But like I never really asked. I never really specified because I thought there was an understanding. So that was a fuck up on my end. But in my head, I didn't even realize I needed to have that conversation because I thought it was clear what we were doing. You know what I mean? So I do think that always talking about it is better. But you know what? I always default to that instinct of like, yeah, we're like, it's whatever they mean it to be, but it's probably not what they think. It's probably casual, is what I always default to. And sometimes, so I think that, I don't know. What was your question? I'm so sorry, Wick. I totally lost my
It's
thought.
okay. Sometimes I lose my train of thought in the middle of
I lose my
asking
train
a
of thought
question.
so much.
It's
I'm so
all
sorry.
it's all fine.
I'm so sorry.
Well, I guess since you brought it up, I'll ask it this way, right? Are you going to uh be more clear in the future with
Yeah.
the
Oh,
status
yeah.
of friendship?
Oh, the second someone says,
Yeah.
oh, the second now, I'm going to be like, whoa, okay, stop. What does that mean? But you know what? I know people that I met like 7 years ago online and they still refer to me as friends online. Like I'll see them make comments. I haven't talked to these people in 7 years. And I think it's fine. I think we are technically friends. We just are not actually in each other's lives. But if we were ever in the same room or at the same YouTube event, fuck yeah, we'd be friends again. We'd be drinking and taking shots or whatever we're going to do. But that's the thing. I run in circles where, yeah, you don't talk for 10 years and then you see each other at an event and all of a sudden you're best friends again. But you're not really in each other's lives. So again, I need to stop being so casual, I think, with how I say friend maybe. But I think we all could get along in a way that's friendly. And I think that's good. I think getting along is better than not getting along.
Oh, sure, yeah.
You know?
Well, not for content. Yo, for content, we should be screaming at each other right now. Do you know
No, not
my
my
views
vibe.
would be like 20 times higher if we started a fight and went down in flames, right? That would be the
You know, some
content,
people
right?
thought Steven and I were conspiring together to like make drama. I got emails from
Yes.
people saying like, guys, this is fake, right? I'm like, what? Like, I'm not that kind of YouTuber. I've never been. I'm sorry. I get too exhausted. I can't keep up with like the
That's
faux.
just what a person farming drama would say, right?
That's
Like, I
true.
don't know if you spoken to Mr. Redacted a lot.
Mm,
I had a conversation with him
you did
recently.
pretty good, Wick. That was pretty weird.
Did you saw it?
I
Did you
saw, I
see it?
saw it. Yeah, I did see it.
Well, yeah, it was pretty weird indeed, but he was convinced, despite anything I could say, that I was trapping him, that I was making these maneuvers to get him. And there's this type of personality, there's this type of bubble, to use your terminologies, that yes, they make decisions on what a person is, and no matter what you do or say,
Mm-hmm.
you are that.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's what happened there. So I wonder, right? I wonder if that's kind of what's happening with the friendship things too. Like someone
Mm,
has decided you are their friend
mm,
and they are imposing this status upon you. They're imposing, we're friends. And if you do not hold to that standard of what I consider friendship, you're a bad person. Do you think
mm.
that played into it at all?
Of course. I think here's what happens. So I say friend, and there's a thing that pops in your head. I know what a friend is. But if we really sit down and talk, we're going to find out we probably describe friendship differently. Like, do you know the anime Berserk?
I do. It's one of the
Oh,
few animes I
oh,
know. I'm
oh,
not a very
okay.
big anime guy, but I've seen this because it's really good. But go on.
Yay. Okay. We're Guts and Griffith friends.
Yes.
My VC argued for like 4 months straight because half of them were like, they weren't friends because friends wouldn't do this to each other. And I was like, of course they're friends. That's
Mm-mm.
how the spell works. And
No,
like everyone is arguing.
you cannot be betrayed from someone who isn't your friend, right?
And
Who isn't
yet,
in your trust
and
circle.
yet, half my Discord really didn't think they were friends, right? So think about it that way. I'm interacting with people every day that don't think Guts and Griffith were friends. How can we say we share
This is
realities?
talk rationalization again. They look at the results of what happened at the end because they have hindsight 2020 and said, "Oh, well, obviously they were never really friends." When that's not how we work. We work and we change over time. So while
Mm,
I could consider someone a very dear friend, then they will do something to make them someone I no longer consider a friend. Friendship can be lost as well as gained.
yeah.
Me and Sunday are
Mm,
having a burgeoning friendship I never thought would happen because we fought a lot, especially over and I still think he to this day, and I think he was just way out of line in how he treated Erudite. I
mm,
think it was very inappropriate. Um, and yeah, it's a thing. But we have done some bonding over our Mr. Girl experience. So I think that like friendships can be won and they can be lost. And people who think, well, no, if you're my friend, this is why your kind of inner circle talk triggered me a little bit, to
mm,
overuse the word trigger, to use
mhm,
it incorrectly. But you know what I mean. Is because it reminded me of those people, right? Who said, well, of course they were never friends. Guts and Griffith were never friends because look what happened.
Right.
If you're a friend, you can never not be a friend.
Right.
You have to be a friend forever. And so I guess that's where it kind of just been like, well, I don't want to dig into that. So maybe
know
that
what?
explains it, right?
I think I misspoke on a stream the other day because I keep getting like a really weird message and I'm realizing like, oh, okay, this is where I really fumble the ball in terms of bubble hopping, because if I'm talking to like 5 bubbles at the same time, like it's going to sound different. Like some people think if you're in an open relationship, you can't cheat. That's a religious bubble, traditionally a conservative bubble. Would assume, even my parents, when I was poly, they're like, oh, so like you're just all cheating. And I was like, what? No. But some people think that. So when people were hearing friend, I said on stream something like, we were never friends or something like that. But I don't mean we were never friends. Of course we were friends. We were never, whatever definition of friend means this. And I was getting really exhausted because I didn't mean, like, I'm friends with everyone. Like, I literally, Wick, anyone who I meet and we talk to for even, like, I don't even know how to explain it. It just feels like, yeah, we're friends. Sure. Like kindergarten, everyone's friends. But who is your real friends? Like, if you watched, do you know Fairy Tail, the anime?
I don't,
Damn it.
unfortunately. I'm
Okay.
failing you, I know, but
In Fairy Tail, there are guilds, and each guild is like a family. But within the guild, there are inner circles, like main groups, right? That's how I look at the world. Like, I'm trying to think. What other anime do you know? Well, I guess like Guts and Griffith. Okay, Guts, Griffith, and Casca were like the main trio, right? And then
Sure.
everyone else, the subordinates, were like friends, but they weren't in the inner circle. They weren't like the top main characters.
they weren't main characters, yeah.
That's how I look at life, right? There are strangers. I meet good people every day at my local Walmart. Some people would say, oh, there's Brittany. She's my neighbor. We're friends. So all I try to do is like figure out what we all mean by it. But I do want to clarify, like I did miscommunicate on stream the other day. I don't mean to say we were literally never friends. What I mean to say is I don't think we were the same kind of friends we thought we were, which caused the miscommunication, which caused when I was short and I didn't have grace to give, it looked like I was just personally attacking. But to me, I'm just giving my raw opinion of what I'm seeing from content. But it sounds like it's an attack, but it's literally just like a fact of what I'm seeing. If I hold this opinion about this person, like Tate, then I have to hold this opinion about anyone who follows the same criteria and who is someone I'm taking seriously, which is key because there are a lot of people in the world I don't take seriously.
Fair. You shouldn't. There are a lot of silly billies out there, right? That you should probably just let them be. Yeah. I understand. I do. I understand what happened now a little bit better. So thank you for talking to me about that.
Yeah.
Can I ask? And you don't have to say yes. Please don't feel pressured to. Do you mind if I open it up for questions from the audience? Like if
I would
we
love
have
that.
maybe some call-ins
Yeah.
and things like that?
Yeah, that'd be
So
great.
gang, yo, if you're listening here and you're thinking, why aren't you asking the hard questions, whatever those may be, right? Like if you want to come in to the Discord and you could jump backstage and we'll pull you in and you could talk to Brittany and ask her a few questions. Please be at least somewhat respectful, right? Don't be weird. Okay.
And don't ask me any questions, please, that are about personal information. Like, can you tell us where you live?
Well, yeah, obviously. And
Or
you
even
are under no
about
obligation
any
to
dramas. Like, I don't want any questions about people's personal life that's not on the internet already. If it's on the internet, I'll talk about it.
Noted. Okay, so let me give the link to people. Give me a second. Boom, boom,
Hi, guys. How you
boom.
doing? Are you doing good?
Oh no.
What?
Okay, sorry, we
What?
got it back.
Okay.
Just whenever I minimize the pop out window of Discord, my screen goes blank on the
Oh, yep.
stream, and yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I only have 2 screens. I should probably get another one. Okay,
Same. I need a third.
Yeah. Let's bring in the first caller, my friend Azzy. Are we friends though? I don't know. Like we're acquaintances, right? Hello.
Hi, Azzy. I know Azzy.
Oh, do you? Okay. You're muted
Can
on
y'all
your
hear
end,
me?
buddy. Oh, there you go.
Hi.
Hey.
Wait,
how's
are you the
everything?
Azzy from my Discord?
I am.
What's up?
Face to the voice, huh? Finally.
Yeah, I love it.
Thank you. I love it too. Yeah, so I was gonna ask, how many I think I've sent you a resource on friendships. So I'm gonna say this, I'm gonna premise this, and then I'm gonna ask a question. So friendships, I think are like you can have deep friendships that don't have any type of recurring or relevant relationship with that person. And then you can have meaningful relationships where there is a recurring relevant relationship, but you guys don't know each other because there's not deep, there hasn't been any impact. And then there's individuals who are both and then individuals who are neither, right? The neither are, obviously they're strangers. You wouldn't even consider them like part of your bubble or part of your space. So the question is, how many individuals other than friends and family do you consider how would I preface this, deep and meaningful,
Ooh.
that are outside of your friends and family, or close I don't know, I said that wrong. So outside of your close, like offline friends and family, so
So-
online individuals.
Oh, wait. So on the internet,
Yeah.
how many do I
'Cause
consider
we
them
all
close
exist here.
friends?
Yeah, so we all exist here on the internet. So how many people do you think you have a deep relationship that is relevant and reoccurring?
Hold on, I'm trying to think of which of my friends. Okay, so my friend like
You don't
Steve
have to
McCready
name
is
drop.
a
Maybe
streamer.
you can,
Okay, like there's some streamers like I can think of one right now that I actually
Okay.
do know in real life. But even and him and I have known each other for years. But like, currently in the sphere that I usually talk to, like I am not very close to any of those people yet.
Mm. Do you aspire to be close with those individuals, or do you think that those spaces are full and you don't have any more emotional room for them?
So I have room for close friends, but not inner circle friends. So I have room, and like, look, if I met a consciousness in the universe that was genuinely, like, obviously meant to be in my life till I was 80, I would have them in my inner circle. It's so rare for me to meet those people. The last time I added someone into my inner circle before my partner just got added in was like in 2016. But I've met so many friends and family along the way that have become like chosen family, and those people are dope, but we're not each other's like 2 a.m. emergency calls, but you know what I mean? But those
I
are
may
close, like, yeah, please,
yeah, if
Vic.
I may interject with a question, since you brought that up, what's the criteria for inner circle for Brittany? For Brittany's inner circle, what checks and boxes do you have to check off to be in?
Yeah,
Right.
I think you have to see a person more than not see them. I think there
Interesting.
has to be a very special connection, like a true, because think about how many good people you meet every day. People are so good, but you really can't become besties with all of them, right? So how do you pick and choose? I choose them based off how much we see each other and the joy we bring into each other's life.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Because
Fair
you
enough.
said this one thing, that you have individuals you haven't even spoken to in years,
Mm-hmm.
but if you were to see them again, you probably just pick up from where you left off because
Oh,
they had a meaningful impact on you, even though there is no recurring relationship.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah. And I feel like it's hard to have, if you're having, you can have miscommunication with friends, but a lot of people are coming after you currently because of miscommunications.
Yeah.
And these miscommunications should be easily remedied if there was a conversation, but there has to be empathy, right? Right. I was speaking to Wick before about tactical empathy, but you're not trying to be friends. So it's not a tactic. You just should have empathy with your friends. You should be willing to see where they're coming from when they speak and be able to listen to them, or stop yourself and then do that. Right. And then you'd be able to get rid of a lot of the miscommunications, other than we are just two different people with two different brains. Right.
I will say too, what do you guys think about this? I think sometimes people seek friendships for validation, but I don't validate my friends. That's like a big rule of mine. Don't come to Brittany for validation. Come to Brittany for
Validation. When you say validation, what do you mean? So we know we're talking about the same thing.
I've noticed that's
Mm.
go ahead. Oh, do you want to go, Azzy?
No, you go.
No,
I've-
Azzy
I would kill
can
Azzy.
wait while you answer my question, because Azzy can wait.
When I
Well-
think about what was the word I just used? I'm so sorry, that like threw me.
Validation.
Oh,
What
validation.
do you mean?
Okay.
What does
So
that
when
mean
I
to
say
you?
validation is like sometimes people will come to me and they'll say, like, I really want you to be like a cheerleader for me in this moment. And I'm like, okay, so do you need me to like yes girl you, but not criticize you and actually hold you accountable? Or do you need me to actually say, hey, I think this is like a little wrong. How do you feel about that? So what I do with my friends is I always tell them, what version of Brittany do you want? Do you want like sassy Brittany? Do you want like judgy Brittany? Do you want like critical thinking Brittany? Do you want neutral Brittany? Because often what happens is I think people have friends so they can go to their friends and say, can you believe this happened to me? And their friends just yes man them. And I think that that is like a little toxic. And I
Does you a
think that
disservice.
it does.
right?
So I think the best way to form a friendship is to like specify what you need. But I know people do have friends for the valid. Look, my friends have looked at me and they said, "Do you think I'm a bad person?" I'm like, "Nah, dude. I just think you're doing a shitty thing, but you do you." And they're just like, "I don't get that. Like, I'm your friend. Don't you know why I'm doing it?" Yeah, I see that you're doing it. I know why you're doing it. I still don't like it. So that's what my concern is always about friendship. Is I feel like sometimes people just want to be yes man.
One of the reasons that I don't share some of my work, my writing, my art, etc., with my music with people I consider friends is because I don't believe them when they tell me that it's good, and because so many people believe that friends should not tell people when their work sucks.
Mm-hmm.
But I fundamentally disagree with that. I think that if someone comes to me and shares with me a story, I would be doing them a disservice by gassing them up about it rather than being honest. I think one of the, not to bring this up, but Mr. Girl in his interview recently, I think with either Kidology or maybe it was President Sunday, or maybe it was with Shaylin, but he made a statement that the people he trusts said that the report was good. The people in his inner circle said that the report was good. And I think those people have failed him as a friend. If that's what they told him, they have failed him as a friend. They have done him harm. They have gassed him up and they have hurt him. And they have made him think that this was going to be received in one way when it obviously reality was not. But anyway, enough ranting. Azzy, what else you got?
No, I really think you guys weren't as empathetic as you could have been. And I feel like because there were so many words, you guys just had the mindset of, just throw it all away. You needed to restart, right? Because I saw a lot of value in the article, despite its flaws, and that we didn't talk about the value. We just had a lot of criticisms for it.
I couldn't talk about anything with the man. I couldn't talk about
Should've
anything
started
with
with the
him. I
value
didn't get
first, Wick.
I didn't get past
the value
I didn't
first.
get past go.
You know, Mr. Redacted is a sensitive man. You know, we sensitive individuals. You know, you gotta hype us up first before you start taking shots. You know what I'm saying? Not everybody is as thick skinned as you, man. I know you got that beard.
Gotta be cruel to be kind. Okay.
You gotta be cruel to be okay, but you can't do that with everybody because everybody is not built the same way. Like that's like the army. The army will break you down in order to build you up, but everybody's not made for the army. Some people need to be built up before
You got
pieces
anything
get
else
thrown off of them.
You got anything else for Brittany? We got a little bit of line forming, so I wanted to.
Yeah, keep doing you. God bless on your journey to Europe.
Thank you.
Hope everything
Thank you.
goes well, and I'm hoping that your future professional endeavors, especially the endeavors that I have sent you personally, I hope you take advantage of those because I feel like those opportunities for you to have. For me, listening to you, even though we don't believe the same things, your communication style, I feel like we're kindred in many ways. So I'm like listening to you and growing. So I feel like you have the capacity to impact a lot of people outside of your personal realm bubble of influence.
So wait,
Right.
this is a great example. I do not want to do that.
I know
that
you don't.
feels like pressure. I just want to be the
listen.
old man on the park bench who people sit next to and I say some stuff and they keep going with their life. That's the problem. You're putting a responsibility on me, aren't you? Right?
No, I'm not. I'm not saying with great responsibility comes great. With great power comes great responsibility. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying you wish. Everybody should wish to live a quiet life at the end, right? So we should do whatever we need to fulfill that. And I feel like through this avenue, you could use the abilities you have because what's the purpose of having skills and letting them go to waste, right? It's not that it's the
that's the thing.
It's not the responsibility that you need to change people's lives. It's that you use your skills in a way that touches people, even though you're not trying to touch them. You can touch people anyway, right?
For
Like,
sure.
I'm glad Wick is out here with his own platform. and
Don't
not just
touch
relying on
people
other
without their consent, gang. Don't touch people without their consent. I want to make that clear. Touching
We'll
people
talk
without
later,
their consent is bad.
All right. I'm
Azzy,
gone,
we
I'm
love
gone.
you.
Peace and love.
But you know
man.
what's happened
God bless.
to the void. Bye.
Yeah, so can I say something on that, Wick?
Please,
That
please.
is one of the misconceptions about YouTubers is like everyone thinks we're here to like change lives. And I think I take the Papa Gut / signifier route, which is like we're entertainers, we're on YouTube, we're doing our best. But like, I don't really have a sense of responsibility that I should make the world a better place. I just think I should walk the walk. And if that makes the world a better place, then I'm cool. But I don't think I'm responsible for doing it because I
Interesting.
don't think the world cares about me anyways.
I think I'm close to Azzy on this. I'm not all the way there. I think that like if I found out that what I was doing was hurting the world, I would stop doing it.
I
I do
don't think
believe I have a
people really
responsibility.
hurt the world though. I think people hurt people in the world. Like except for the big crazy
If I'm
ones.
if I'm hurting a sizable portion of people, and it's a reasonable hurt, it's not like just people hurt their feelings and because I disagreed with them. But I'm talking like something I would consider a serious harm, and if I found out I was doing that, I would change what I was doing if I could.
Yeah, for
And
sure. I agree with that. Yeah, I think I would
yeah.
too. Yeah.
So when people talk about responsibility, I think that's the lens that they're talking about it through is you have a responsibility it can be shown that you are hurting people to stop hurting people. And
I think
as
that's
long
the
as it
problem,
doesn't
though.
affect your
Who's
survival,
the judge
right?
of that? Who gets to decide who's hurting?
You do, ultimately. You are
Okay,
the
then I'm
content
good with that.
creator.
As long as the mob
But
doesn't
people can
decide.
absolutely give their opinion, right? And
100%.
judge you
Make the
for
videos,
it.
tag me in them, girls.
Yes, judge you for it, and I think that's fine.
Absolutely. Okay, cool.
Next guest. Hello.
Yo,
Evil, I've blocked you on all of my platforms.
Uh-oh. Is this someone we don't want in
what?
here?
Evil.
Our values too different.
Do you want me to kick him? I'll kick him for you if you want. If you don't want to
What?
talk to him.
No.
Why-
Can I beg for
What?
forgiveness with chill, bro? Like, let me.
I don't know.
It's up to Brittany.
What? Sometimes I need to see the power. I need to see the powers around me. All right. I had to test your Vegeta. Okay. I'm sorry.
Look, I don't think you're an evil person, Evil, but I think that you have boundaries that are definitely different than mine. I don't.
They
really
are,
feel,
but
I don't know if I feel
actually
safe.
wanted to ask you about
Okay.
those. I wanted to ask you about boundaries.
Evil. She doesn't know if she feels safe, so if she wants you gone, I'm sorry, buddy.
I do feel
All
on
right,
edge
that's
right
fine.
now.
Sorry, buddy. I don't know.
That's okay. No big deal. I don't understand him very well, and when he talks, he confuses me, and I kind of feel like he did something to me in the past that I wasn't sure about, so I blocked him, and you know what I mean?
Okay.
So
No,
I'm
that's
not,
fine.
yeah.
Like, and again, I don't know your block list, so
Yeah.
yeah.
No, you're good. You're totally good.
Fair enough.
Evil took that well.
Let's sorry, Evil. I still love you, and you can call into the show another day.
Yay.
That'll be fine. Let's bring on the next guest. Hello.
Oh,
Is it the Brianna Wu?
It is.
Oh my god, I love her. What?
Well,
Yeah.
ta-da.
Hi, Brianna.
hello. Hold on. Let me turn on the camera.
Take your time.
It's late at night, so no makeup, no anything. There we go. How are you doing, Brittany?
Oh my god, I'm so good. I'm so glad to talk to you.
So yeah, so I hope this is really open and I can just say this to you. So I have something, I just celebrated 20 years of sobriety this year. I was just had an absolutely crippling addiction. I went and got some help for it. And I looked at the calendar recently and saw that it was 20 years of sobriety, which did not come very easily. And something I think you and I might have in common, and I've always wanted to talk to you about, is for me getting sober, we also have like a really structured system that we live by and we think about. And I wanted to kind of share with you the one that we use and see where it may cross over or where our values may differ there. Is
Cool.
that something you're
Yeah.
interested in at all?
Please. Yeah.
So for me getting sober, there are 5 principles. And a lot of these are geared at addicts and getting over like damaging interpersonal relationships and communication styles, which is how you get into addiction. So the first one, and I think you really excel at this, I've noticed this about you and I really appreciate this about you, is open, honest, and direct communication. When you're talking to people, Wick, I mean, we know each other pretty well. You'd say, like, when we interact, I'm pretty open, honest, and
Yep.
direct with you. Yeah.
Exactly. Even if I don't like it, but go on. Yeah.
Straightforward with people.
No, it's
but
good. It's good. I'm
Sure.
making a joke but yeah, it's good when people say, "Hey, I have a problem. Let's
Sure.
address it." I think that's a good thing.
But it's also the open. The open is the part that people don't understand because you've got to be willing to hear the feedback and be open to what they say, because without the open part of it, you're abusive. And I think people miss that. So, that's the one I find most helpful, Brittany. Do you have any thoughts about that?
I'm a big fan of it. I think I try to be open with boundaries. I try to be clear, but I'm gonna be real. I've gotten some feedback from my homies, and I am rough around the edges, so I'll accept that as well.
But I think I've seen people do this to you, like give you some feedback on something, and you do take a moment and reflect on that. I think it's one of your better qualities.
Thank
So
you. I
at
think I learned
least
that
to
from
me,
DBT, which is
Yeah.
funny. You brought up a system. Yeah.
sure. What is DBT, if I can ask?
Sorry, my brother walked in, so I shoot him away. DBT was a therapy created for borderlines by Marsha Linehan from Seattle. She's a psychologist there. It's an amazing system, and it really just helps you be one with your emotions and then not succumb to your feelings to the best of your
Right.
ability.
Yeah, that sounds a lot like we had cognitive behavioral therapy to kind of reframe the way that we thought about things, which is very helpful for addiction issues because you get into bad thinking patterns and you've got to kind of
Absolutely.
overcome it. The second one, I think you're pretty good at this. Responsibility for choices.
Thank
So
you.
when you're an addict, you make decisions and you just kind of, do you know what I mean? You wish it away. You say it's not my fault, or I've got
Totally.
excuses for it.
Mhm.
Responsibility for your choices, in my view, is probably one of the most important ones for
Just real quick,
getting
bio
sober.
break real quick. No slurs,
Yeah.
gang. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay, no
That's
slurs.
good. I don't want to have that conversation with Brittany. So, yeah. Do you have any thoughts about that one?
You know wait, you said something and it reminded me of a thought, and then
Yeah, responsibility
was
for
it?
your choices
Yeah.
being really
Oh.
key to getting sober. Yeah.
My therapist made me do something that I was so upset about, but now I preach it to my own people. She was like, "Hey, you need to go apologize to everyone you hurt when you were having a borderline trigger." And I said,
Yep.
"Why?" And I was like, I was triggered. I'm the victim." And they were like, she was like, "But your body did something while you were triggered that hurt people."
Right.
So I went and apologized, and I said, "I'm so sorry for this." And one of the things she said to me is, "You are not looking for forgiveness. You are
Right.
apologizing. You are not looking for them to bring you back into your life, and you're not looking for them to want to be around you. You're
Right.
simply doing the thing." Now, if I reached out and they didn't want to talk to me, that was also something I had to allow.
100%.
Yeah. So that's
Yeah.
what made me think of that.
It's really like your own integrity, is the
Mm.
way I think about it. Like, I'm not
Mhm.
trying to bring up the stuff between you and Destiny in any
Mm.
way, but like we got off on a bad foot at the very beginning, right?
Mm.
And I publicly said, hey, you know what? I got this wrong about Destiny. I was listening to the way you're portrayed online. I had some bad opinions about this, and I apologize. It's not that I was looking for absolution from him. It was that I made a bad choice publicly, and I needed to apologize to set the record straight. Does that kind of make sense to you?
Totally. Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So third one, this is there's one of these, just so you know, as we're getting to it. I think I may not give you an A+ on, but we'll come to that. So respect for self and others. I think overall you're pretty good at that.
Mm.
What that means is like respect for yourself. I see you doing this a lot with potentially having this very serious illness, right? And setting boundaries about what your energy level is. For me, like respect for myself is making sure I work out every single day. That's part of my mental health.
Mhm.
Respect for others. I think that speaks for itself. Does that kind of make sense to you?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. And the fourth one, inclusion of all people. I think that's pretty straightforward. Like showing your family members respect, showing your bubble respect, things like that. Just keeping people
Yeah.
included. That makes sense. The one where I think I would give you a little bit of feedback on and say, I think, we're all trying to grow. For me personally, I'm always trying to grow to keep my temper more out of control, more under control. So for you, I think this is one where I don't see it being that great. And it's accountability to yourself and a willingness to hold other people accountable. I think I think sometimes you can speak in a way, and I understand your intention isn't to be harmful with people. And I understand you're trying to live by that first quality, right? Be open and honest in your communication. But I think sometimes some stuff can spill out there that is clearly hurtful to other people. And I might offer to you as someone that's watched a lot of your content that maybe that's an area you might want to think about. Like, is there growth
Do
to
you
do
feel
there?
comfortable giving me an example?
Yeah. I'm not trying to, God, I didn't want to get on here and talk about the Destiny stuff. How about this? You've said some stuff about trans people
Mm.
not necessarily believing that trans women were women. And
Mm.
you said it in a way that I think I could tell you, like, you're clearly not transphobe, you're down with that, but it was just you expressing it. But it was kind of invalidating at the same time. And I could see in that moment how someone would watch that and would be hurt by your words. Does that kind of make sense to you?
Totally. This is like a place where I super struggle in.
Yeah.
So recently, it's so funny. Some people in my life are like, hey, you need to share your opinions more online. You're being very like, everyone's on a journey. But when I do that, I burn bridges.
Sure.
So my issue I always find is that I have very specific beliefs, like very specific,
Yes.
but they don't always mesh well with all the bubbles. But I kind of like, how do I say this? I don't think anyone believes what I believe, except
Yeah.
I think people believe parts of what I believe.
Mhm.
So I think no matter what I do, I'll always hurt someone. And so I try to harm reduce to the best
Right.
of my ability.
Yeah.
I think it's hard because when I hop in conservative bubbles, it's very easy for me to go straight to the biology argument. You know how they always make that one.
Mhm.
But the problem is I'm kind of I believe in gender.
Right.
So the dilemma is like, I think gender is like this beautiful spiritual like relationship you're having with your consciousness and the universe. So for me, that's kind of even out of pocket for progressives, right?
Sure.
It's like, what does that mean? So I always struggle with the limit and the line. And so I always try to harm reduce. Do you think there's something I could do that would keep me authentic, but would actually never actually harm somebody?
No, I don't. I think it's a real challenge for being a public figure.
Yeah.
I've certainly found that just speaking at all is going to bring you fire. And I think it comes back to that second value, which is respecting yourself and other people. Like my values are different than yours, but for me, like serving my country in my way that I can, that means working in democratic politics, trying to expand civil rights, raising money for candidates I believe in. I would much rather be over here and be a game developer, but for me to be true to myself, I've got to go do this, even though it costs me friends. Does that make sense to you?
Totally.
Yeah, and I think in that same way, you speaking out, I think that's integrity. It's not the integrity that I would quibble with. I think that sometimes you can, I think as you grow, what I would encourage you to do is to be a little bit more thoughtful about how you express these things, because I think there are ways to say the same things that aren't as hurtful to people sometimes.
I think you're right. I've heard
Yeah.
that feedback from people in my life. Now here's the question.
Sure.
Does everyone know they're asking me to be less authentic?
You
I'm
think
okay
I'm
doing that.
asking you to be less authentic?
I
in
think to
asking
be
that?
thoughtful,
Yeah.
you're really not thinking about yourself. You're thinking about that other person, right? So you're being
Sure.
considerate to someone else, which
Yeah.
means you are going to have to betray your own personality to adhere to someone else's like feelings,
Okay,
which is
I'm
fine.
going to jump in here.
Sure.
I don't think that's true.
Okay,
I
no, go ahead.
disagree. I think that you can absolutely be authentic to yourself and still not frame criticism or not frame a thought in the most acidic way possible. Like if
I
I don't
agree.
like what someone's wearing, right? If I think
Mm.
it doesn't look good on them, and they ask me, they ask me like, "Hey, Wick, does this make me look fat?" Okay. I believe in being honest. I believe in not lying.
Mhm.
But there is a way to say things
Mhm.
that like, well, yo, that dress super fat. Yo, you look like a little piggy, right? That would be obviously right. Like, whoa, what are you doing? But I say, yeah, it doesn't really flatter you. It does make you a little look pudgy. Like I could say both those things. Both are authentic, right? But one obviously is a way more kind of acidic than the other. And I think that like we can express our honest and genuine opinion, but do so in a way that is courteous, that is
Yeah.
respectful, that is kind,
Yeah.
while
I
still
think-
being honest.
I do believe in that fundamentally. Like foundationally, I do 100% believe in that. I'm not sure it's possible to do that without grace, which I don't always have, and without, how do I say this? I feel like there comes a point in a conversation where you're kind of holding someone's hand through it.
Hmm.
So for me, I get to the point where I just want like a blunt answer. I do want you to tell me I look like a pig. So for me, Brittany, and this is why I'm trying to really explain my specific brain,
Sure.
is like Brittany, really need someone to tell me bluntly that I trust to be honest with me in a way that might hurt my feelings, but I don't want to do that to other people if they don't like it. So what I
Right.
really need is for people to tell me what their boundaries are so I can mitigate my language around their feelings in a way that doesn't betray me and keeps them safe. But if I don't know what that is, I'm just going to speak default like myself, which is kind of not polite.
Yeah.
So
I wouldn't describe myself as a polite person. Well, maybe this is just me, but especially as I've gotten older, like it's really important to me to stay true to my values and to represent myself with integrity to people. Like I got in 10 tons of shit about that Hogwarts tweet, which is, Hogwarts Legacy is a character test and a lot of people are about to fail it. For me as a recovering addict, I think of things like pass, fail, succeed, integrity, non-integrity, honest, non-honest, allyship, not allyship. It's my biggest weakness, black and white thinking, right? But I know for me as I've gotten older, where I feel most proud of myself is when I can really reach out and connect with people and understand their viewpoint and try to express myself in a way that's productive and doesn't beat them up. Does that make sense? Because I'm very capable of the beat you up part, but
Yeah.
I've had to develop that skill, if that makes sense.
Yeah. So here's the problem I'm really having is that depending on who I'm talking to, I will not respect them nor show them respect. I don't
Sure,
believe in universal
fair enough.
respect, right?
No, I don't
So
either.
my issue is like I will give grace to people, but if I see no change in their behavior in a way that I think should matter, then I will write them off.
Sure.
As not a part of my life. Like, which by the way should make sense, right? Because everyone's doing something different. So I will say, like, I agree with you. And I know you're saying that I don't do that, but the problem is like I'm doing that to the best of my ability.
That's fair enough. That's completely fair.
I'm
And
really trying my best out here.
Yeah, I really want to say, like, you're very clearly someone that's very self-actualized. Like, you've achieved Jungian, like, self-actualization. You're
Thank you.
doing
I'd like to
great,
think
and
so.
I respect that about you. And, what I find really remarkable about your content is when I watch you, you're expressing so many of the same principles that I found very, very helpful in recovery.
Yeah.
And this was like written by a team of PhD specialists, right? And like you came up with this on your own. So I think that really speaks to the insight that you have.
Thank
I
you.
just I can say this personally pushes me away a bit, and
Yeah.
but you can just ignore that. 100%.
Well, you know what? I want an answer, but I have
Sure.
a theory. So this is my theory.
Please.
My theory is that we're not maybe there's something I'm missing with like a cultural bubble
Mhm.
because in my head, this is really common where I was raised to talk like this.
Sure.
So I'm like, okay, Brittany, you're the problem. But the thing is my channel is supposed to be a safe space for me.
Mhm.
It's not supposed to be a safe space. So I was streaming that day with my audience, right? So when I express my views, it's to be most myself. But if he was in front of me or if you were in front of me, well, then I think, how does Brianna want me to talk to her? Like, how do
Right.
I express to her in a way that makes sense? But I have yet to have that opportunity, right?
Right, of course.
So fingers crossed, maybe we'll have it one day. But I really need to understand. And by the way,
Do you
I
want it? Do you want that opportunity?
I
Or
want
do you just not care? Right.
Okay, so Brittany, the content creator, would love to have a healthy discourse on content creation online. Brittany,
Woo!
a friend, needs to have a consent conversation in private because I want to talk about stuff we're not supposed to talk about online.
Got you.
Right.
Okay. Well,
There we go. It's I really appreciate what you do, and
Thank
hope we
you.
can talk again.
Yes, ma'am. I really adore you. Thank you so much for coming on.
Well,
Of
what's
course.
this hug box here, Brianna? We love you, but as much as we love you,
Yeah, Rick.
to the void.
Oh no. Oh, poor
All
Brianna.
good fun. All good fun. No, Brianna's a great. I consider Brianna. a
She's
friend.
great. Yeah.
She's great. Yeah, I think that like at the end of the day, that answer, right, of authenticity
Mm.
versus courtesy
Mm.
is a value judgment. It's a value call,
Mhm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
And viewing it as a either or, I think might be a disagreement we have. But I already elucidated that, already talked about that. I think that like we can synthesize these things in a way that is still consistent, not contradictory, still authentic, but not harmful. And yes, absolutely, my stream. I'm saying what I want, right? but it is on a public platform. I am
It
doing
is.
this in a public space, so it is what it is.
Can I
We're
say,
on a-
wait, you said something just now. You said, oh, you just said it, Wick.
a public space. I'm doing it on a public platform and a public space. I think that your stream is a safe space for you, but at the same time,
Authenticity. What is it?
oh,
know-
there is a way to synthesize being authentic and being courteous.
And they are not mutually exclusive. Okay, can I
yes.
say something?
Please.
I've noticed that, like, again, maybe I just, like, I feel like I'm always freaking bubble hopping because, like, when I go to my mom's house, I can't say cuss words, right? And so that's a way I can't be authentic around my mother because it offends her, right? So I'm always confused on, like, what the rules are, which is why I'm like, give me the rules. Because if I don't have the explicit rules, I'm going to do what feels natural to me, which apparently is going to have issues with other people. But I think people are afraid to say, I would like you to be nicer to me.
Well, there's unwritten rules, right? Like, so I know that can be
Mm.
frustrating, but there absolutely is
In
cultural.
bubbles, right? In cultural bubbles, like unwritten rules,
We
and common
existed,
sense.
like whether we want to or not, it's not a bubble. Well, not how you use bubbles. Well, let's talk about it. Maybe we can I'm sorry, callers. Hold your horses. I want to talk right now, okay? And thank you for the gift subs, gang. Really appreciate it. Continue to give me money. I need your money. Money. Okay, that's it. We exist in the same sphere, the streamer sphere. We swim in the same ocean, okay? So the same pool. Let's use a pool analogy. We're all in the pool together. We may have different ideas about the pool, what the pool is, but if you pee in the pool, right, that's going to affect, no matter how you view the pool, it's going to affect people. So I think that it isn't a bubble thing. I think that it is just an unwritten rules of these are the best practices. I think it is objective to an extent, and I think it is best practice, assuming you don't want to be drama content. Like if you want to be drama content, that's a different thing. But if you don't want to be drama content, right? We should, as a best practice, and I'm not perfect at this either. Please, I'm not judging you. It's not perfect at this either. We need to be careful with how we talk about those of us who are not here.
Yeah, but like, okay, so why do you think that? Where does it come from? Who informed you
From a
that that's the way it
place
should go?
Of knowing the result of when you don't do that, you
Mhm.
become the drama.
Okay, so depending on what sphere you're in, people do act differently, right? Like I have friends who are in the black and brown sphere,
Oh, sure. No, so like I said, if
Their
you wanted
rules are
to be
different.
drama,
but they're not
right?
drama, right? They're just different bubbles. Bubbles for me are anytime you have a thought, that's a bubble. Anytime you interact with a new person, that's a bubble. If you're in nature, that's a bubble. Everything is just a reality that you're having in that moment, a perception of reality. Bubble. So you and I are in a bubble right now, but then there's a bubble between me and my audience happening, and there's a bubble between you and your audience happening. And these are different bubbles, but they're kind of overlapping. But my audience is not interacting with your audience. So those bubbles are separate still. Do you get what I'm saying? So I think I also define bubble specifically while other people use it. It's funny, people will use it, but they won't recognize it. Like they'll say, oh, I grew up in the religious bubble and it was awful. I'll go to the atheist bubble, it'll be better. But like humans are everywhere and humans are the problem. So every bubble's going to have problems. Like I came on this space to just be a content creator and to maybe make friends, but like I don't need them. I don't need to be a streamer. I don't need to be a collabor. I don't do panels,
sure.
right? Because I think like I don't think we're doing anything important here. I think we're just enjoying our time. And so
Well,
for
that's
me,
important too, but
well,
go
it's
on, yeah.
important to people, but to me, Brittany, I don't think watching Mr. Girl and Destiny yell is like,
No, I get it. It's not meaningful in a really
yeah,
way.
it's
It's
just-
entertainment, but entertainment is important. So
I
I get what
agree.
you're saying. I guess
Yeah.
I'm saying that to
Okay, let me say it like
agree with
this.
you.
if I hung
Oh.
out with comedians like Flagrant, or if I hung out with Andrew Schultz or Joe Rogan or any of those guys, I would have a blast. They would make fun of my nose. They'd call me a man. They'd be like, hey, just checking. Like, were you born a man? And I would think it was the funniest thing in the world. Because to me, like those people, like I actually like talking about how like weird and crazy humans are. But well, like this whole like be respectful thing only exists in a bubble. It doesn't exist in other bubbles the same way. Being respectful looks differently in different bubbles. So when I'm in this bubble, people have to tell me what it looks like because I don't know what it looks like except to be myself. So that's the conundrum, right? Because like, again, if I go on Joe Rogan, I can be a different kind of respectful
Sure.
to him, right? So it really takes two parties. And as of right now, I don't know any of the rules unless someone tells me.
And that's a problem with the space, but there are, like, just because we don't know them There are rules.
I
So
don't
if you went on
believe
Joe
that though.
Rogan,
I can't consent to that. I just can't consent to that because it doesn't allow me consent. I don't have informed consent because I am an individual on YouTube. That should be the main bubble. Then the people I talk to have to put down boundaries, but I don't believe in unsaid rules. That sounds dangerous
fair
to me.
enough. It is dangerous. Life's dangerous.
Yeah.
Look, I think, what's the best way to say it? If you went on Joe Rogan, yes, you would be expected to act differently. Everyone would expect you to act differently than you were on my show. Different space, different rules. But if you're talking about someone, whether it be on Joe Rogan, whether it be on my show, whether it be on your own show, I think that you must take into account, right, their thoughts and feelings as well, to some extent. Now,
Interesting.
you can say, well, I don't care about this person, right? And so I'm not going to take them into account, which is fine. And in some cases, I do that. Like there are certain people, they violated certain boundaries with me. They've crossed a line, and I don't care if I talk shit about you because you have hurt me, and I'm going to talk shit about you. But I recognize that that is talking shit, right? It was talking about them in a way that they would not want to be talked about.
See,
right?
that's where I don't agree. We're not agreeing on reality right now.
Really?
I don't think I ever talk shit. So I say, because that's the thing, right? Because look, when I think of H3H3, I love Ethan. He's like a brother. But I have criticized Ethan. I have, maybe you can call it talking shit. I'm just like very blunt about how I feel about him.
I was talking about what I did, not
No,
what
no,
you did.
I know. But I'm saying, I'm giving you an example. But I wish Ethan would talk to me and we would have so much fun, but he probably won't because I've criticized him so much online. But see, if somebody did that to me, I'd still want to talk to him because I'm looking for people like me who don't care how much shit you talk, because I don't really believe in shit talking when you're content creators, because that's all we do for a living is we technically react to channels. We're technically shit talking all the time. So I don't really believe in it online. If you're a reaction channel, your job is to talk shit, which is just giving your opinion.
I get that. I do. I understand that. I just think whether you agree with the rules or consent to the rules, that the rules exist regardless
Unless someone
of your
explicit, but
consent.
no, I don't believe that. I refuse. I'm not playing.
This is
some
how
invisible-
laws work. I don't have to consent. I don't have to consent to stealing being illegal. I could say, well, in my bubble, stealing's fine. But if I get caught stealing, I'm going to jail, or I'm going to get fined, or there's going to be a punishment, whether I consent to it or not, because these laws are just the fact of the ocean that we swim in.
So
right?
to clear, maybe I'm misunderstanding. So to clarify, I, Brittany, as a YouTuber, get on my channel. Am I obligated to any secret rule I don't know about other than YouTube TOS?
Yes, I think that
What are the rules?
Obligate's a weird word. Obligate's a weird word because no, you don't have to. But if you violate these standards, these mores, if it makes you feel more comfortable, we won't call them rules. We'll call them cultural norms. Okay? If you violate these cultural norms, there are going to be consequences. Right? And we've seen examples of this, not just in the Destiny example, but in examples with how I'll use myself as an example, right? Like there was a cultural norm of how panels had been hosted in the past, and I violated that norm, and there were consequences. Even though I made it clear I do not consent to this norm, I can't control how other people react. I can't control what other people feel. I can't control what other people think. And I know, right? Now, especially, I didn't know this was a rule before, but now I've been made aware, right? That if I violate this norm, this is how a certain portion of people are going to react. And I can't, that's not a bubble thing. That's just again, it's the ocean which we swim in. There are tides and there are currents. We can consent to them or not. It does not matter. If we violate these norms, there will be consequences, right? And I know that sounds like very like angry, but I'm not trying to be angry here. I'm just
I think we're also using the word bubble differently because I really don't think there's bubble's not bad. Bubble is a belief. So the moment there's a belief, there's a bubble. The moment there's a life, there's a bubble. The moment there's an atmosphere, there's a bubble. So in my head, what you're explaining to me is like a ghost. Like I don't know what you're talking about. Like I know what I think you're talking about. When I go to church, there's a expectation of behavior, not to come dressed in a bikini, right? But I don't think there's one on YouTube in my own YouTube channel. I think there's only TOS. I do not think I'm obligated in any way outside of that, except in a negotiated setting.
Let's take it offline. Okay. Do you think that there is a expectation for how you talk about others in public spaces? Do you think there's
Depends on
any
where I'm
kind of
at, I
cultural
guess.
norms?
Yeah,
Right?
yeah, there is, but but whether or not I adhere to them is up to me, right? And I can handle
No, that's
right.
absolutely like I'm not saying you should like I'm not calling for anything to happen to you, right? Like I'm saying that like but we recognize if I am in church
Mhm.
and I talk if I swear a lot in church, I'm
Mm,
going to be looked up down upon, right?
good example. Good
If I
example.
if I swear a lot in church, I'm going to be like they're going to be like, "Wow." And it may get to the point where they actually escort me out, right? Like that
Totally.
it might happen.
Hmm.
That is a violation of a norm, right?
Yes, I agree. Okay,
And
now we're on the
whether
same
I
page. Yes.
consent to it or not, whether I
Hmm.
understand it or not, and a lot of times norms are violated without
Hmm.
understanding because someone's new to a space, because someone's new to a thing.
Hmm.
So again, right? I think that by talking about other people on one's own stream, there are norms to that. Even on YouTube, there are norms to that behavior
Hmm.
that if you're going to do this in this way, it's going to cause problems. It's going to the people are going to be upset. And I think that's not a bubble. I think that's just the environment. Does
Hmm.
that make sense? Am I communicating more clear
Yes,
now?
you are, but that is what I call a bubble. So I'm just trying to explain to you that by definition, that is what I think of a bubble is. And I
Okay.
don't think it's bad. So it's okay if you don't use it the same way. We just use the word bubble differently.
Sure.
So, okay, I'm on board with this. What bubble am I in, or what social norm am I on that I'm supposed to be following, that I'm a part of? Because I don't want to be a part of it if it is.
When we talk about others, and
Okay.
I can understand you don't want to, right?
Yeah.
But when we talk about others, if we talk shit about them or if we criticize them publicly, it's going to create problems.
I
Not
criticize the
always.
content creator's persona and the way he
Yes.
advocates for his side. Is that actually the problem?
Look, do I think Destiny overreacted here? Yes, I do.
Okay.
But it absolutely is a problem.
I
right?
don't know the problem though. You're explaining to me
Okay.
like a cultural norm I
Let me
don't get.
try. Okay, this is my fault because
Okay.
I'm obviously not communicating correctly.
No. I think we're just I think you're trying to convince me to agree with you, and I think we're like
Mm,
in separate belief systems about
maybe.
this. Yeah,
Maybe.
I think like I'm not trying to fight you. I'm trying to say I disagree with the premise.
Hmm.
I don't think of my life that way anymore. My life is my own, and I'm trying my best to create content. And if I come on someone's channel, that's different. But I don't think how I talk about people is anyone's business but mine and TOS. And if they don't want to be friends with me,
Mm.
that's also good. That means they know their boundaries and their limitations, but not at the expense of my joy.
No, and that's fair. That's a fair boundary to set,
Mhm.
right? That's a fair like these are the rules of the road on my stream. If you don't like it, get fucked, right?
Mhm.
But that is going to hurt people, right?
Well,
And
who's
it
it
is
gonna hurt?
absolutely right. If you come in, if
Who did it hurt, Wick? Who have I hurt? Because I have not been told
you
personally that I've hurt anyone.
I okay, I can't speak for Destiny, but
Right. So wait, listen. This is the problem I'm in. I have
sure.
not been told to my face that he's hurt. I've been told it to my face. Nothing. I have no reason to know he's hurt unless he's willing to finally admit it. Then I can be a friend. I can't be a friend to someone who can't communicate to me
So
he's hurt.
fair enough. Well, I think he's communicated it to his.
I
Maybe I'm being
unsubscribed.
autistic.
I
Maybe I'm being
unsubscribed from
autistic with this,
Steven, so
but
I
I
wouldn't bother him. So I don't know what
okay.
he's thinking, except what people tell me.
Fair enough. Okay.
Right? Like
Yeah,
I
it's
really need
fair
to
enough.
hear from him. I need to hear from him. Otherwise, we're all just guessing. But if he's hurt and a grown man, I'm happy to hear it. But right now, all I'm hearing is
Well,
I'm a bad person. So, and that's fair.
I am not
Or
trying to say
bad.
you're a bad
No,
person.
not
Please
you,
don't.
not you,
Okay,
not you.
okay.
No. Just like the emails and stuff telling me to, eat a gun. Those comments, they're
Oh well,
fun.
no, fuck those people, right?
I know, but what I'm saying is I want to know my friend is hurt, but he has not told me that. He has not reached out and said, you really hurt me. All he's done is blocked me and I can't violate his consent.
Fair enough. Okay.
Okay.
I don't want to belabor the point, but
Mhm.
we have a clear. I think there's a difference here.
Mhm.
I would and just to explain it, I'm not trying to fight you, but just
Mhm.
to explain
Mhm.
my side.
Mhm.
If I heard that I had said something and it hurt someone, I would reach out, right?
Yeah.
But I
I
understand he blocked you, so different
right.
things, right?
Right. Like I'm
Um,
very like it really bothers me because a lot of people are like,
mm,
Brittany, reach out to him. And I was like, I'm so sorry. This makes me feel so uncomfortable to reach out to someone who blocked me.
I understand.
Like
I
it's
get you.
so creepy to me. It's like a guy who goes after a girl who's blocked him.
Have you thought of publicly in kind of a formal kind of way saying, "Hey, I know you blocked me, but if you do want to talk about this,"
I've done it on Twitter. I've done it on
okay,
YouTube.
okay,
I've done it
just
multiple times.
fair
Mhm.
enough,
Yeah.
good. Do you have time for a couple more callers, or how you
Absolutely.
feeling?
I would love
How you
it.
feeling?
Thank you
Okay,
for
great.
checking in. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, I'm never sure. Look, I'm never sure how people are feeling unless I ask, like
Thank you.
right?
Thank you.
And I know this can be a tense conversation, and I know
Yeah.
there's a lot of feelings involved, so I just want to make sure.
Thank you.
Oh man, I lost track of the order, but let's try this one. Hello.
Q2, are you the guy in my chat?
Yeah, I'm that cute too.
What's up?
What's happening? All right. So, I mean, I don't know how to say this. Like, I want to be combative, but like not too combative. Like, what's your mood right now?
Okay, hit me.
Oh, okay. No. Okay. So, my thing is like for the I guess in general for the Destiny situation. How do you if you were just to like like take him out of it and say, what did I do wrong? What do you think you did wrong? And how would you change for the better to make sure
Mm.
this doesn't happen? Because like, yeah, like even if you let's say he's 90% wrong, you were 10% wrong, doesn't matter. I'm just saying like, what do you think you did wrong in the situation to cause the reactions that you got?
So 100%. I realized this recently because somebody else misunderstood something I said, and I looked at them and I was like, what am I doing wrong here? And I think a big part of it is that I just need to force people to negotiate with me maybe and say, hey, I really can't move forward with these things unless I know what's going on. Because I do kind of assume that people are just being casual about everything. And so I always assume nothing is that deep. And so I think that I could definitely do better in negotiating even quicker than normal. Usually I wait till like we exchange phone numbers or there's something more intimate happening or something else is going on. So I definitely would say that I wish I had talked to him more and just made it clear to him. But see, the problem is like I really believe you can do bad things and be a good person, and I believe that I can say you're trash and still love you. So I think that's hard for people to believe.
Okay, I got you. Yeah, I got you. I completely agree. I think like, and this is me being like maybe autistic a little bit, but like when somebody like is when I feel some and this okay, I'll just take Destiny out of it because I don't want to say this about. But like, let's say somebody is like to me like not my friend and they're calling me my friend, especially if it's like something where I know I'm going to be interacting with them for like long periods of time. I would be like, hey man, I get it, we're cool, but I'm not your fucking friend. Don't say that. Like I would say it exactly like that and be harsh about it, just to make it clear and to make it known that like, hey, like we're cool, we hang out, but I don't really know you like that. And me personally, I try to be a little mean about it so that they get the idea because I don't like it when somebody is very clingy and somebody gets the wrong idea about me because then they'll have like this super high expectation of me in like so many different areas and it's like I don't really feel that way. So like me personally, I'll just I think I'm again me being autistic like or this might be autistic thing to do. I tell people like I'm not your fucking friend and that's just how I roll. How do you feel about that?
I mean, I think that's dope, right? I think there's just like a lot of miscommunication and like expectation in the online spaces, right? Because again, I come from a bubble where everyone's your friend. So, and I know that's not great, but it is kind of like that kindergarten idea, like all your neighbors are your friends and everyone's friendly. And like my 6-year-old neighbors call me their friends, but like I know what they mean. They're just saying we're nice to each other. So I think it was appropriate for me to call people friends online, but I didn't want the obligation of a non-negotiated obligation. And I think that's what happened is that it became a non-negotiated obligation that I think we weren't on the same page as. Because I have been pretty consistent with what I've been saying for like years. Everyone knows I'm pretty hard on certain things. I'm pretty consistent with my values. But I also am confused because like, I hate to say it, but like this is a reaction space. And we're friends with a lot of people that we also talk shit on. So I guess I'm just confused about why I'm different. Why am I held to a higher standard than the average person?
I don't think you are. I'm going to interject here. I don't think you are being held to. I think you're being held to the same standards, right? It's just that other people have kind of understood these rules in a way, and I don't know why, right? Because again, I'm with you on that. I don't understand all the rules yet. I'm still new.
But I want
right?
to change the rules then because I don't like them. I refuse to adhere to rules I don't
fine.
like.
That's fine.
So, okay, I'll
but-
give you an example, Wick.
Please.
Steven and Sneeko are friends. They talk mad shit on each other all the time. Why can't I do that with Steven? I don't get it. Why can't I call him a bot and a loser and he still stays friends with me?
So I'll give you an example from my life.
Okay.
I have a friend, right? And I know what I can make fun of him about
Mm.
And I know what I absolutely cannot. And I've learned this through sad experience, right? You talk a lot of shit, you're making fun of each other, then all of a sudden I make a mom joke, right?
Mhm.
Like, yeah, and I fucked your mom last night too. The situation changes like that. I have crossed a line. I did not know it was there, right? Until I did it, right? The boundaries weren't properly communicated, but the harm's been done. The arrow has flown, can't call it back. But there is absolutely there are lines that I have with the people I know, and that's part of being able to see people. That's part of being able to kind of read people and things like
Yeah.
that. You have to recognize that sometimes there are lines you do not cross. Like even in the reaction space, right? Even in the reaction space, there are lines that if you cross them, you get shit on. If you dox someone, that's seen as an L automatically, right? Just an L across the board. That's not illegal, but it's something that everyone has decided is a cultural norm. You do not do this. A lesser cultural norm, but still one that's kind of enforced in this space. Don't make fun of people's kids, right? Don't bring people's kids into these things.
I
people
really
violate
I
these.
just don't understand these rules at all. Like I understand them to an extent. Because I'll give you an example, right? Like I talk about Elon Musk's kids or I talk about the kids of Hollywood. I don't see us as different. We are content creators. Our lives are up for debate if we make it a part of our content. I just really believe that. Now, I was asked a specific question in that stream, which is why the kid got brought up, okay? I was asked a specific question.
Oh,
And
I
so-
didn't know you had.
Oh, you
I was
didn't?
using it as
Girl, you're
as
so
a general
funny.
example.
Yeah, because I did have to bring up the kids because it was
Oh.
asked in the comments. And so for me, I'm like, this is fair game. Like this is just like duh to me. So that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to explain to everybody. I do not know what these rules are. I am operating on a different wavelength.
Like maybe what I'm going to come away from this conversation with, we need to make the 10 commandments of YouTube streaming, the cultures of YouTube
Yeah.
streaming. Maybe make a list, right? And
Right.
say the do's and don'ts, and then fight over it for a while and kind of get something there.
Yeah.
Maybe we unironically need that. I don't know, but I just think that I don't know. I understood it, but maybe I'm weird. I
So
don't
okay,
know.
so like I'll give an example. You know how I got criticized for projecting the word trauma onto people?
Yeah.
So if I see my friend Steven get upset on stream and I project onto him that he's hurt when he hasn't explicitly told me that, how do I know he's hurt? He hasn't said it. He didn't say
In
Brittany
context
Simon
clues.
hurt my so in the context clues,
Yes.
Steven is living a dysfunctional relationship.
Gotcha.
He's less
No.
open-minded than Sneeko. The context clues from my bubble tell me these things are true. That's
Well-
what I'm trying to say.
No, I understand that. I just think, okay, so you're basically, and this is what I hear you saying, so if I'm wrong, just let me know. But I hear you saying like the bubbles aren't interacting. The rules for this bubble I don't understand. And I just like the rules for this bubble I don't understand. Is that good so far?
Yeah, and I don't want to be a part of it because my belief is I want to be
What?
part of the bubble that says all things that are content can be talked about, which might be just the comedic bubble. Because I realize as I'm watching comedic podcasts, because I love them, they make
Yeah.
fun of molestations. They make fun of assaults. They make fun of everything in a very specific way, but also allow you to cry, also allow you to talk about it. And I vibe with that. So maybe I just don't belong in this space, which is okay, guys. I'm okay. I can hop over to a different YouTube bubble. You know what I'm saying?
Look,
Right, but-
I can't speak for anyone else in this space, but I am enjoying this conversation.
you. I'm
I don't
so
think
glad.
it's
Me
a
too.
bad conversation.
I'm just saying though,
Right.
I'm not going to take it personal. I just can't take it personal because I understand we're different. So I feel like things are being taken personally in a way that I can't understand.
Well, I'll say this. Even if okay, so I said this in a comment before, so you know what I'm about to say. So you also have a different type of like skin, like basically where like you can take any, like people could say you're ugly, you have shit OnlyFans, you bring in no money, like all that stuff, and you'd be probably fine if you put
Yeah.
it out there in the public, you know.
Yeah.
But I feel like you're projecting that, or you can't necessarily say. I think you have to acknowledge that you are different. Like so you're
I
built
agree.
different.
I agree. So that's why I asked people to give me explicit instructions. So Steven gave me permission. He explicitly said, and he said it on stream, I believe, you can talk about anything that's on in public. So I did. Right? So that's the problem.
No, that's
I think someone's not being clear with me about what the boundaries are because I'm
No,
very
well-
confused.
Well, this is like a for example, like a bad opinion thing. Like me, when I hear those words, I'm like, yo, like I don't know why I get super defensive. Like if somebody tells me you can't have a certain opinion, I get super. I'm like, yo, who are you? What are you talking about? I can talk about whatever I want. That's how I feel. But like, I think what he meant was like, and what I think, and this is and again, you correct me if I'm wrong, but like, I think the issue is like talking shit is something that he takes a little bit, I guess I'll just say way more seriously, because you don't take talking shit as a thing because you're a content creator. He takes that way more serious than you. Like the idea that you could say bad things about somebody and they would go into the talking shit realm, that's
Mm.
something that's real in his mind, whereas
For
in your
sure.
mind, you're a content creator. Like you could say whatever you want, and your opinions can be wrong, and you can say them out loud. Whereas for, I guess, Destiny, I feel like he feels
Okay.
like your opinions. Oh, yeah, go.
No, we just have a bit of a line.
I
so
agree
I'm
with
trying
this.
to-
I'll
Okay.
let Q go, but
All right,
I
thank
do
you.
agree with this. If Steven would publicly say that he has unblocked me and I can reach out, I'm happy to have a conversation. But he has to be the person who, because he burned the friendship, so it would be weird for me to chase it. So I understand that, and I think I agree with you. But see how that's like, where do I belong? Right? Because if I can take things and I think it's a part of the sphere, where do I go?
Sure.
I go to my own YouTube channel, right?
Yeah,
So-
last thing I'll say is that then you can negotiate, like, okay, I'm not going to talk about this, or you can negotiate that with him if you want to.
Well, he has
more
to do it,
middle
right?
ground.
I'll negotiate with anyone. I negotiate with
We-
Kyla. I've negotiated with other YouTubers. I'm
We're
open.
looping.
Thanks,
We're looping.
thanks,
Yeah,
Q.
kick me.
You too. Love you, but I'll send you to the void. Okay, we're looping a little bit. I don't think we're gonna change your answer by just asking it 20 times, right? Like I don't think
Yeah.
that's gonna happen, right?
I wonder though, why do you think that, you know how you go into other religious bubbles and you respect
Yeah.
their boundaries?
Yes,
Why
yes.
do you think that mine isn't allowed? Because it kind of feels that way. Or
What do you
am I
mean?
allowed to?
Can you explain this? Like, in what way do you
Mhm.
think that I'm not allowing your bubble?
Not you, but I think there's
that your
a
bubble isn't
desire,
being allowed in general.
right? Like there's a desire people have for community here, but I already have my community and they let me talk how I talk, right? So if someone's watching my stream and they're upset with how I've communicated, I understand that. It's okay. Why am I responsible for you being upset? And you know what I'm saying? Like my mom's upset by my whole career. Am I supposed to stop because my mom's upset?
No, but
So
I think
why
it's
would I owe more loyalty to a man I met on the internet once and not my own mother?
Well, I think you owe both the courtesy, right? And I'm going to
Mm.
use that word again. I
Mm.
think you owe to taking into their views into account, and now you can
I think I
decide.
do. Don't you? Like I thought about it. I listened to it, but do I have to change just because I take it into
No,
account?
you don't have to change.
Okay, just
right?
checking. Then we're
No
good,
one's
right?
requiring you to change. I'm just saying that, like, when you don't change, there are consequences, and consequences sound so bad. And I wish I had a better word for it. I just can't think of a word for it now. But the results of you not changing. Oh, did someone raid me? Thank you for the raid. Thank you for the raid. Thanks, raiders. No, but if someone, if I go into a mosque
Mhm.
and I just start eating bacon, right?
Mm.
Sure, I could say, well, I don't consent to your rules,
Mm.
but I'm going to be ushered out, and it's
Right.
going to reflect poorly on me because I've disrespected them, right?
Mhm.
And I think that, yes, even in my own stream, in my own space, my own house, I do still owe, and owe is a weird word, I do still owe a certain level of respect. Not enough to make me, like, not do OnlyFans anymore, like your mom wants you to do,
Yeah.
right? But enough to not bring it up every day and just
Mm.
shove it in her face and like, look, Ma, look at my OnlyFans video I just released. Aren't you gonna like and subscribe? I know you hate it, but look at it, Ma, right? I think that would be a violation, right?
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. So that's where I'm really confused. So I'm on my own channel doing my own stream, and it's a violation of whose bubble? Right? Like, why would my mom watch my YouTube channel every day and complain that I'm doing these things? Don't watch the channel, which she doesn't.
Sure.
So that day, people got mad at me. I was on my stream doing my thing. Where did I violate that rule you just placed? Because I didn't shove it in anyone's face. I didn't send it to anyone. I didn't tweet at anybody. I didn't use anyone in the thumbnail or the title. So how am I shoving it in anyone's face?
Again, I can't speak to Destiny's feelings here, but he
Sure.
obviously felt that you
Which
did.
is fair. His feelings are valid. I wish he would speak to me about them so I knew they were a fact
wish he
and
would
not just
too.
his audience projecting them onto me.
Sure. I wish he would too. Again, I
Yeah.
can only go by context clues here. I am not
For sure.
Destiny, unfortunately, because I would be rich if I was. But let's bring on a couple more guests. Let's see what we got. Give me a second. Well, first of all, Julie, did you just raid me? Let me shout you out. Okay, make sure I do that. Gotta respect the raiders, right? Let's bring in scumbag. Hello.
Fuck, why am I for Vivian supposed to go before me? Drag me.
Okay, I can do that. That's fine.
That's so sweet.
Yeah, it's so nice. Hello.
Vivian, I love your name.
Oh, great. Cool. Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Thanks, I guess. Yeah, hey, awesome.
What
What's
do you got? What do you got for Brittany today?
Oh, what do I got? Honestly, this all sounds very much just like a way to abrogate responsibility for shitty behavior, which is, fine. Do as you will. Like, you were talking about a whole bunch of people who are engaged in really fucking shitty behavior constantly. So there's two parts to this conversation that kind of frustrate me. One is the assumption that like there are some kind of social norms that you're not allowed to break in this particular community. That doesn't exist. That's fucking horse shit.
I disagree with you.
Absolutely rip it out of people's children. You can you can do so many things. The only thing you can't really do is like push TOS too far. You can break TOS. People do all the fucking time, right? But if you're constantly doing it, you're probably going to eventually get banned. That's not really a social norm. That's just sort of a, well, you kind of you're going to get banned from Twitch if you keep doing that, right? But beyond that, like every single like I was just saying in the main chat, right? That like you'll be hard pushed to find like many male content creators in this space who haven't like sexually harassed somebody that's also been in their space, right? You'll find it very difficult to find anybody who hasn't broken what we would consider the general social norms of society, right? Those don't apply in the content creator space. You can be an absolute fucking monster to people, and it just gets you more views, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, I understand. Look, Vivian. Oh no, this is to Brittany. Sorry, Brittany, what do you think?
I mean, I think I agree that does happen.
Yeah, I disagree with both of you. I think that like, yes, you do get views, but I think that like you are looked down upon. You are judged. There are consequences for it. And yes, if you are willing to accept those consequences, if you're willing to accept that people are going to see you as a sexual predator, if you constantly harass women or sexually harass women, it might not be against TOS or whatever, but people will look down, and they should look down on you for it, right? In fact, the fact that the incentive structures mean that you get more views for it
just an arc.
are bad.
It's just an arc.
It's
an
bad.
arc of the show. Like, to the vast majority of people, the shit that happens on Twitch here is a fucking soap opera. They already realize that all the people involved are fucking terrible people. That's half of what makes it entertaining. It's like Always Sunny in Philadelphia, right? You don't watch that thinking that these people are guiding you towards some moral light or whatever.
I think that's a mistake.
Yeah.
I think that these things have real world consequences.
I'm sure it is a
effects on
mistake,
people, right?
But it's just entertainment, Wick. This is a problem. People think far too fucking highly of themselves in this space as well. They think they're achieving some kind of like great political or intellectual.
Go
or
ahead,
philosophical
Brittany.
goal.
Go ahead.
I feel like all things are happening at all times. So there are spaces in which like people like Andrew Tater praise as being a gentleman, but to me I think he's pretty bad with women, right? I think he talks about women in a way I don't like. But to some people he's a gentleman, right? We're all relating, like having a different relationship with reality. I don't think everyone in the streaming space is trash or drama. I think some of them are, and I think that's like what they're going to do, right? I try my best to find balance in it, but I think that we're all just trying our best. I really think humans are overall good, with the few exceptions of truly bad people. And I think that we could all do a little bit better by giving each other a little bit leeway to be sloppy.
I agree.
I think content creation makes people trash, right? Like,
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. Your audio cut out for me.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think content creation makes people trash, right? It's very, very difficult to stick to the kind of like the moral norms that you stuck to before you entered the space, right? Something that I think has hurt me particularly is trying to stick to those norms, right? Like I've burnt friendships over people moving away from what I think is like a reasonable fucking way to behave. And what most people would really think is a reasonable way to behave outside of this space. But if you do that, if you try and stick to those social norms that are present in sort of regular society, let's say, just American UK society, right? then you're at a massive disadvantage. Because you have to be a fucking sociopath to like really succeed in this space, barring a few exceptions.
I just don't really believe that. I think good people excel every day. And I think in certain bubbles, maybe like if you're in the money bubble, like Tate and Sneeko, yeah, you got to be just money, 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 money. But I think a lot of us
I'm literally talking about like, you know, the general sort of Twitch poll space.
I don't know what that is. I'm so sorry.
Well,
I don't know what that is.
This space that you're currently being accused of like having broken some kind of social norm in, right? Like, I don't disagree that like, you know, some of the stuff that you're accused of in sort of regular society would be pretty fucking shitty behavior. But inside this space, I think it's very hypocritical for a lot of people to go after you for it because they've done as bad or worse.
Well, obviously,
And
that's why I was a
everybody-
little perplexed, to be honest with you. But at the same time, I don't mind that people have their feelings hurt. I just really wish they'd admit it because you're right. If I look at the behavior that certain people have exhibited, name calling, body shaming, going after personal anecdotes is normal. So it shouldn't be weird coming from me, but I genuinely meant it as criticism. I am not trying to attack people personally. I'm trying to be consistent with my views. That if I see you doing an action and you're not walking the walk, I feel like it's inconsistent with an interesting, like someone you should follow or like listen to as much more than entertainment. Like if they're entertainment, it's fine. But like that's what I'm trying to say is like I'm not trying to personally attack people. I do not want to be a drama channel. I was genuinely just giving criticism, but with no grace. So it sounded really mean. And therefore I will take responsibility for the way that it was conveyed.
Okay. I think that like to Viv's original point that people in this space don't succeed unless they engage in certain unsavory behaviors. I understand why.
I said
you believe that.
rarely.
Yeah, I understand why you believe that because that's true. I just don't think it has to be true. I think we can change the incentive structures of the space over periods of time, long period of time, to be clear. And it's not a something that will happen. We can't just wave our
It's
magic
definitely been
wand.
changed.
Right?
Yeah, it's definitely been changed. It's got worse, right? Because
And if it gets worse, it can get
the
better.
extreme behaviors that people engage in, when they continue to engage in them, become boring, right? You can't watch the same episode of Always Sunny every fucking week. So people are always trying to one-up each other. So yeah, absolutely, it can change, just not in the direction that you're seeming to suggest. Twitch has got far worse in the time that I've been a part of it.
Well, I'm glad you're still a part of it. When I'm glad
Do you
come on
remember?
my channel.
Do you remember when Alabel said like, what was it? Nathan should have been aborted or whatever.
I
Do you remember
don't.
how much that like caused this massive fucking uproar? And everybody was just denouncing him, just like this is like a completely unacceptable thing to say about another human being's child, right? But like Nathan would have been better off if he was aborted because he said that Destiny was like a deadbeat dad, right? Everybody was just like, that's horrific. You can't say that, right? But like, I don't know. If you said the same thing nowadays, I don't think you'd get the same response.
Maybe not. Maybe not. Vivian, we love you, but as all how things happen, to the void. Okay, I think we're winding down. Last thoughts. Well, first of all, do you still like the conversation? I know you were really into it at first, but then we had
it's
the
great.
questions. You
No,
still...
I like it. Look, I love being challenged. I want people to fucking rip me apart if they can, but they have to first understand me. Look at this conversation here, if I may point it out, but not as a criticism, as an observation.
You can
kept using the
criticize
bubble
me
wrong,
too.
right?
That's fine, right?
But like, you see how we kept using bubble differently? You kept saying that's not a bubble, but to Brittany, that is what I'm saying is a bubble. That's why I'm thinking like the problem with communication is that it's not universal. There is no universal way to communicate, and we don't all have the same goals, or we don't insult the same, we don't compliment the same, we don't love the same. And I want to live in a world where people get to find their literal joy, no matter what it looks like, as long as it's elevated into a healthy environment, right? We all have toxicity in our life at some point. We need to elevate into healthiness, but we need to do that based off of our actual joy, not off of society's, and certainly not off of like doctrine and ideology, right? I feel like the one time we have on earth and then we die is really small and really short, and I'd really like to spend it joyful. And I found people that really love me, that want to be around me. I found a great community. I'm what I would consider an incredibly successful person, right?
Right.
I'm like, I did it. So when people come to me and say, I don't want you to live this life, it sounds almost like you just don't understand it, because I literally found it. I found everything I ever wanted in life, you know?
Yeah.
And I want people to find that too.
Do you have a responsibility to help them?
No. To help who?
No. Okay, so
To help who?
other people who haven't found their joy.
No, not at all. But I'm
Okay.
happy to spend my time doing it via my job or
Fair
even
enough.
in my personal life if I have the spoons.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you for coming by, and thank
Thanks
you
for
for
having me
talking.
on,
Of
Wick.
course.
I really
Where can
appreciate it.
people find you if they want to find you? If they're like, wow, that Brittany person's a great person, and I don't know anything about bubbles, but I want to learn. Where can they find you?
Just find me under Brittany Simon. I have a YouTube channel, and that's basically where I live. If you guys want, my Discord's pretty poppin'. It's really awesome. We do a lot of reviews. We do professional yoga, and we're doing an 8-hour meditation on the 16th. So,
8 hours of meditation, wonderful.
yep, silent
Uh,
meditation.
very last questions. Yeah, I know. I'm not forgetting. What's my level?
Gosh, I think I would have to ask you a lot of questions about yourself to know.
Fair enough. So it's not
Yeah.
something you could just kind of give a guess at, wild ass guess.
I would have to watch a lot of your content. I try to give people at least 10 hours of either like reading their books or watching their stream times for me to try to gauge it. Like I'm doing one on Russell Brand and Sadhguru right now, and I want to read all their books first because I can't tell yet.
Fair enough. Okay, I don't know is a very acceptable answer. What about Destiny's level?
I think I feel like I know the answer, but I can't be sure too. I would have to ask him some more questions because I don't know him as well as I could. Yeah, I feel like there's certain questions I'd want to ask him first, but my instinct tells me I have an idea.
Okay, I'll let you keep it to your your
Okay.
secrets.
Thank
Okay.
you.
But for now, gang, what we got coming up? So tomorrow we have the xenogender debate with Erudite. We're gonna talk about xenogenders. We're gonna talk about passing. We're gonna be talking about self ID and self diagnosis, what that is, what that means. We're gonna have quite a crew. So if you guys want the more blood sportsy thing, that's probably gonna be it tomorrow. We'll find out. But yeah, if you like this content, give her a follow. Also, give me a follow if you happen to be watching on her stream. Come on over to Wick TV, twitch.tv/Wick TV. We do these things all the time. I'm trying to branch out into many different kinds of content. So if you guys like this stuff, reward me financially for it. And for now, I will bid. Who are we raiding out to? Let's go to. You guys want to say hi to Stardust? Hi to Stardust.
Yay, Stardust.
Okay. Brittany, it was a pleasure.
Thank you. Same. Have me on anytime. Have you on anytime. I really liked it. You're great.
I will definitely reach out again because I want to fight
Thank
you
you.
more, but in a friendly way.
I love
right?
it. I love it.
I
You're great,
love
Wick. You have great energy. You're so sweet. Thank you.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye. Hold on, guys. I'm putting my camera back on. Oh, super zoomed in. Hi. Oh, how's everyone doing? Okay. How's everyone doing? Oh my God, are you guys stoked for the new Barbie movie? Ugh, I have a hair on my lip. It's from Indiana, I think. I'm so excited for the Barbie movie. Yo, I'm gonna see it. I'm telling you, I want to see it in theaters so bad. Ugh, it's such a vibe. Actually, the pink was kind of Barbie inspired because I had seen all the Barbie stuff and I was like, girl, I need to look like Barbie. So yeah, that's what this is from. How's everyone feeling? How do we emotionally feel about how that went? I thought that went really good. Wick is a really good host. He's really good at asking questions and just allowing people to speak. I really love that. Yeah, that was really lovely. How you guys doing? Yeah, good. Okay. What's today? Is today Thursday? It is Thursday. Thursday, darling. It is Thursday. That was pretty good. Dude, Margot Robbie is so hot, bros. Like, Margot? Is it Margot Robbie? Margot. She's so hot, bros. Like, I can't even handle it. That movie is I'm so excited for that movie. Am I just like a 90s, 2000s kid where I'm just like, yes, like, this is what matters. You know what I mean? Like, oh, I'm like Barbies and cute and fashion. I don't know. I'm just so excited. I'm so stoked about it. Good convo. Shannon says, how are you feeling? I'm pretty good. My pain levels are pretty steady, but not too bad right now. That's mostly my focus. What distracts me a lot is like how my body hurts. So that's kind of always in the back of my mind, but it's doing pretty good. My back is kind of numb, which is interesting. Emotionally, I feel great. Look, I am so used to being misunderstood because I just talk to so many people every day. It's going to happen. But I also, when someone really sees you, when you're able to really like have people see you, it's just such a blessing. And I think that life is about that. Life is seeing and searching for people who see you. Like life is that adventure of who are going to be the people that let me like unapologetically be myself while still holding me accountable, which looks different in every bubble. Accountability looks different in every bubble. How we're having these conversations look different. But I really like this. Like for me, this is a thrill. It's an honor to speak to people who are different from me. But the instinct to make us be like each other is so clear to me. Now, look, I'm sharing my opinions more openly recently because I've been requested to by a lot of people, because I know sometimes I sound like, live and let live. But the problem is because I think we're evolved animals on a planet, because I believe in like the Big Bang and all these things, it's hard for me not to see us as like another blip in history. Like we are living history, and somewhere, sometime, someone's going to look back on us and they're going to think we did it all wrong because we're all just doing our best. So I know that I'm a part of history, and I know that one day someone's going to look at me and really think I got it completely right or completely wrong, in the same way that we do with everyone else we look back on now. So because I think we're not different than our ancestors, I'm trying to be as lenient and compassionate to people as I can, but compassion means to suffer with, and I can't always suffer with you. I can't always see you. I can't be there with you. So my rule of thumb is to let you live and let live, but I don't chase people. I don't make an effort unless it's clear what the effort's for. That's why I have an inner circle. I have limited resources. And my limited resources are way too good to be giving them out for free, kids. I'm sorry. People work their asses off. I've worked my ass off to have friendships that I've had, to build bonds with people. We have cried together, fought together, overcome together. I'm not going to make an effort for anyone that isn't willing to fight for something. But we also have to agree on what we're fighting for, right? I will fight for my loved ones. The rest of the world can do its own thing, though. Right? I'm not perfect, and I know I've made mistakes. But I'm really trying to live within my values, and I think I do that pretty well. I could have had more grace, though. My friend is right. I talked to her this morning. She's right. I could have had more grace. I think I just lost patience. If it helps, I also do that with my own inner circle. We're like, hey, I've lost patience to dealing with you. I'm out. Yeah, I really, I'm really happy with that conversation. I think that was really fun. Yeah, it was really good. It's funny though. Well, I guess that wouldn't make sense unless you guys were. No, wait, I can't explain that, can I? I'm trying to explain like something, but I realize I don't think I can. Okay, never mind. Ignore me. We're not going to do viewer call-ins. I see you guys waiting in my chatter chat. I don't have the spoons for that. I'm so sorry. I just did a whole live show. But, yeah. I'm trying to think of that question. Wick asked me that great question, and I'm really thinking about it. Like, what's the one thing I'd have people do differently? I think negotiation, but maybe it's not taking things too personal. Like, people really have a hard time believing me when I say you can be exactly who you are and I can disagree with you, but that doesn't mean much. Like, unconditional love to me, saying you like someone, knowing people are good, it makes it very easy for me to hang around with very unique people. But there are types of people I really can't hang out with. Like, I don't understand them when I see them and they make me feel really uncomfortable. But that doesn't mean they're bad. But to me, they just make me feel like they're not safe. I don't feel that way with anyone on the internet. Well, except maybe people I've blocked. So I feel pretty good. Like, if I don't feel unsafe enough to block you, then I feel pretty good about you. It's kind of my rule. If I block you, you make me feel unsafe. So that's kind of a good note to self. If you're currently on my block list, you have made me feel unsafe. But if you're not on my block list, we're probably just having a disagreement, and it's probably not that deep. But it might feel deep. Yeah. It's interesting. Mr. Mate said, I think negotiating leads to people taking things less personal. Yeah, I'd hope so. What do you mean by negotiation? Like having a conversation with clear intentions. So I have some friends that really don't like to negotiate. So those are the hardest friendships I have. People that won't clearly negotiate with me. I struggle a lot in those friendships because I always feel like I don't know where I belong or what my boundaries are or what I'm allowed to say. Because again, like there are social norms. I just don't believe in them for myself. I think I'm a visitor in those social norms. Like social norms are something people created without my input. So I am adhering to your social norms, not mine, right? So when I go to people's churches, they're not my social norms. They're yours. So you can't be mad at me for not following them, but you can ask me to leave your bubble, which is why we do ostracize people from society. But there's always a new bubble to go to. There's 8 billion people on this planet. There are so many countries and cities. There are so many ways to exist. Like the social norm in San Diego is not the social norm in LA, and they're in the same state. Like I grew up in California. So if you guys are from Cali, y'all know what I mean when I say 951 is not the same one as 714. These are different things. Like Orange County, like protocol, expectations, completely different from San Diego, completely different from Riverside, completely different from LA. You know what I mean? Tall Noodle says you should do an episode on negotiations. Haven't I? Have I not? Maybe I should. But yeah, until you explicitly negotiate with me, I'm just going to default to who I am. And if you are uncomfortable with it, I really respect your consent to leave. I think people are shocked though, that they're like, you can't possibly not care if people don't like you. But I told you guys, like, I really don't get it. Like I get what you're saying. But I hope people know that I'm a good person, but I think most people are good, so that's not hard. I don't care if people like me though. I just don't understand that desire anymore. I might have felt it when I was young, but my parents say not really. My parents have always said that I just do what I'm going to do. Like even when I'm insecure, I just do what I'm going to do. And I kind of feel like it's gotten me to where I am, and I'm so happy in my life. I really do have literally the existing I've always wanted. I finally have everything I've always wanted in life. Everything else is just a perk. So having people like me is just like a perk. I already have all the people in my life I need to make me feel like I have a family. I have people who will fight with me, argue with me, cry with me, bleed with me, and then make a cake with me, hug me, cuddle me. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Yeah, I feel really, really blessed. Yeah. Okay. Actually, have you seen that episode of Avatar: The Last Airbender? We're going to the library. Have you seen that episode of the guy, the nomad, who basically dies in the library? Like, he's dope, right? Like, he's not sitting here thinking. He's just fulfilling his joy. And his joy was to, like, die in this library. And there's something about that I just think is so amazing. And I do consider myself quite a nomad. Like, I don't, and I know my friends struggle with this as well. But, yeah, I really like being with myself. So it's hard for me to join communities because communities always have rules I can't adhere to. So I'm kind of playing the game to be there. But when they see parts of me that are more myself and they realize like I'm not aligned with them, they feel uncomfortable. But that's why I don't want to live in your bubbles. I want to live in my bubble and visit your bubbles. Yeah, because I like going to church sometimes with my mom. I go on Christmas usually with her. It's really nice. Sometimes I even cry because it's like, oh my God, this Christmas song. Jingle bells, jingle bells. I'm just kidding. It's a church song. There wouldn't be jingle bells there. But I don't want to live there. It's funny, my mom will do this to me. She'll see how like open I am to religion now. She'll see how like, yes, Mom, that's very beautiful. And she'll be like, oh, Brittany's going to be like me. Brittany's going to be Catholic. But that's not what I'm doing. I'm just reveling in your beauty. When I visit my Muslim friends or I visit my like vegan friends, I'm just allowing them to embrace me in their bubble and enjoying what I'm doing. But I'm not becoming one of you. I am not on your team. I'm on my team. Because no offense, none of you are going to be holding my hand when I die. None of you are here when I can't pay my bills. No one's here for my medical visits. I love you all so much. But you know what I'm saying? There's some sense that I think humans have where they have this expectation that I wonder if they know why they have it. Yeah, and I'm not perfect. I really should have been more graceful and I should have been more kind. But that does mean tippy-toeing around feelings. And I in that moment just didn't have the charity to do it. I just couldn't face another grown adult denying their feelings, not communicating, and then putting the responsibility on me. I was upset. I'm sick of adults putting that responsibility on me because it's not fair. You want someone to know you're hurt, tell them. Because I can't read minds. And I'm exhausted. Right? I just don't want to read your mind. It makes me crazy. Just tell me so I can actually be kind to you in a way you need. Because otherwise, I don't know what to do. I just know how to be myself. All right, does that make sense? Yes, I think it makes sense. Banana, 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 the owl was the librarian. Yes, the owl. Correct. In Avatar: The Last Airbender. I love it. See, Avatar is a great example of bubbles. And it shows that like every bubble has good people in it. And that's kind of the point. Tall Noodle says everyone wants a piece of you because you're good at listening. So they get upset when they hear the truth that you're not that close. That is a conundrum I've had my whole life, though. I think a lot of my family members have it. My mom has it. People just want advice from my mom. It's the weirdest thing. My farm brother has it. People just want her to be close to them. But like, she's just like, what's going on? And then of course it makes sense that I'm a YouTuber who does that for a living. But I think it's because I like people, but I like people, but I also want to have a distance. I like you. I love you. My Discord has been so great the last few days, but I also want to be like, do you know what I'm saying? Like, I do need some space, and I struggle with this. I really struggle with communicating to people exactly what I mean, but I also know that that's normal and that's common. You know what I mean? Oh, Monkey, thank you so much, Trevi, with the super chat. Wholesome stream. Yeah, it was. Wick has such good energy. Wick has great. Oh, and Brianna Wu coming on. Cool. That was so cool. That was awesome. But yeah. Oh, you know what I wanted to ask Wick? What are the consequences? Because so far I'm good with everything that's happened, but I wonder what consequences he was talking about. Oh, hold on. Oh, he wrote me a nice message. Thank you so much. You are so great. Anytime. You remind me of Princess Diana. Stop. Did you guys see the Kristen Stewart version? Oh, it was okay. I hated it at first, but then when I thought about it longer, I actually like it. Sorry, I saw something. Tom Noodle says, I feel like you like people for the right reasons, and that's what they are drawn to, because most people like being around others for more selfish reasons. Does that make sense? I don't know. I feel like I'm so selfish. I'm having a good time. Let's hang out. Are you having a good time? Let's hang out. I don't know. I feel like I'm so selfish, but I have no expectations. So that's the thing, is I don't have expectations because I feel like it's inappropriate to have those when we haven't explicitly made them. I don't believe in unsaid rules. I don't believe in like social norms that haven't been explicitly like explained. I'm shocked when people don't know certain things, but I'm also realizing like I need to stop doing that because we don't all know the universal rules, right? And I think that's so hard. Or what I've noticed people do to me, and again, it's not a big deal, but they assume that I'm being nice to them because I agree with them. But I'm just nice to everybody. Unless I really, really don't like you or can't see you, I'm basically just nice to everyone by default. You know what I mean? I just trust everyone to be good, and I trust everyone to be caring, but I don't trust anyone really past that, and I don't trust everyone to be perfect. So, I don't know. Yeah, maybe it's just my brain. Trevi with the super chat. More anime content or we riot. Riot! Okay, so I'm almost done with Hunter x Hunter. I'm like 5 episodes from the end. I know. So we're doing a levels video on that, a levels video on Attack on Titan. I got to finish the last 2 parts. I'm so curious if Eren is a 4 or is he a 2? He feels like a 4, but I also can't know because I don't know how it ends. So I have to see why he does what he does. Again, when I'm thinking about the levels, I'm not thinking about the bullshit enlightenment crap that people have like pushed and sold millions of books about because they want to have a private jet. I'm talking about understanding yourself, introspection, and then extrospection is a later journey. But it's kind of part of the picture. But I'm really talking about, you know what I mean? Does Eren Is Aaron doing what he's doing because it's the right thing in his values? He's doing what he's doing because he feels like he has to? Like, these are very big questions. You know, Aaron is a 10. I mean, Levi's a 10. Levi a 15. Levi's so hot. I'm so, yeah, I just need to know more about a person before I guess a level. Like with Russell Brand, like sometimes I'll see his streams and I'm like, why are you pushing the weirdest talking points in the world? But then he thinks he's like breaking the matrix and like changing the world. And I'm like, I mean, you're just kind of like another part of the world. And so a part of the realization I think that's really necessary for how I think of the world is that we're all just doing what we think is reasonable all the time. Everybody. And that's just life. And that's the conundrum. You know what I mean? Would the future Brittany decide to have a much larger presence online so she could wake up the bots? I'm just going to keep doing what I'm doing. I'm a slow burn kind of person. You know what I mean? Like I'm let things happen in due time. If my whole YouTube career gets nuked, that would be really sad. But I don't think so. Like I think I'm really within reason. I know I can rub people the wrong way, but I mean, I hate to say it. Like that's why I already have my inner circle. I already have the people in my life because that's what I go home to. This is my job. I don't go home to you guys. I go home to my family. So this is a part of my real life. This is a real thing I'm doing. But I think I am one of those content creators where my online presence isn't my life. Like I don't identify as a YouTuber. Like I identify as a person who makes content and I identify as a content creator, but I don't really like, you know how Mr. Beast is like, I'm a YouTuber. I'm not really like that. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like, I think if somebody offered me a job to do radio for the same money I'm making now, I would do that. But I don't care because it gives me the same thing I want, which is talking to people for a living. So it's not that I need YouTube. I just need a platform where I can talk to people and it makes sense. But some people need YouTube. Like, they want to be on YouTube. But if, like, you know, another streaming site gave me one of those exclusive deals, like, that wouldn't matter to me. I don't identify as a YouTuber. Does that make sense? I don't know. Mariah. Ooh, Mariah, right? Mariah? I'm not sure if this has been asked before, but can someone be different levels within the different bubbles simultaneously? Oh God. Like, can you fluctuate levels or are you a level that is human? Okay. So I think you can't unknow what you know, but I think to know something is very rare. Like, I don't know for a fact, gun to my head, that someone is upset unless they tell me. I can guess. I can literally guess, but I can't actually know it, but I can make a guess so strong that it feels like I know it. Does that make sense? So you can be a level of introspection, but I don't think you could be levels at once. I think you just go into headspaces. So even though I know I'm a 5 on my level scale because I know what a 5 is, it's not this like mystical thing. It's not a perfect thing. It's not like you're the greatest thing ever. It just means you know nothing and that you're a plant, like you're an animal on a planet or a entity on a planet, maybe. Like, I don't know what we're doing here. So you asking me to play games with you and adhere to social norms that just were made up sounds like a waste of my limited time on Earth, bros. I'm happy to negotiate with the countries and cities I live in, but I'm not really to negotiate, like, you know what I'm saying, with everybody out here. So sometimes when I'm feeling in my feelings or / in my 2 bubble headspace, I'll be like, I'm being a 2 right now, super feminist. Sometimes when I watch Fresh and Fit, I turn into a raging feminist. And then I remember that I actually don't believe that. I'm just doing it out of reflex for the bubble. Sometimes when I hear Fresh and Fit, I'm like, you know what, men do suck. Drink male tears. Fuck men. But that's not really what I think. It's what I feel when I'm up against a bubble and I use the bubble to go against them. But it's not real. It's not actually what I think. I think men are good and they're awesome and they get a bad reputation because the loudest men are some of the biggest assholes. But man, do I turn into a fucking feminist when I watch Fresh and Fit. But yeah, in my actual state of being, like when I'm really thinking about things, I don't care. You know, they do them, I do me, we all do that. You know what I mean? Ooh, Young Easy says, can I be a 1 for an hour? I need to break from self-awareness. I think some 1s are so self-aware, but they don't do anything about it. So like, the one in my circle is so smart and intelligent, truly. But he doesn't do anything about what he knows of his own self-awareness because it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work to change yourself. It's a lot of work to face yourself, and you have to want it. So actually, maybe that's what the issue is. It's like, I don't want to change. I really like who I am. So asking me to change now at this stage just won't work. I might change later. Future Brittany might want to change. But the Brittany that I am right now, she's chilling, bros. And asking me to change is like asking me to give you $1 million for no reason. Like, why would I give you my joy? Like, you're basically asking me to hand over my joy. There's like no reason for that. But in the future, I might change. In the future, I might, do that. But it's difficult. You know what I'm saying? So ones are lazy. That's pretty funny. But kinda. Ones are just so interesting, but so rare. You know what I mean? Doom says, what's the best way to get a reality check? Silence. And senses. Touching, feeling, smelling. I think sometimes when we're talking, our talking can be dangerous because it doesn't allow us to see or focus on what we're seeing, feeling, touching, smelling. So I think a big part of me wants to say the best way to get a reality check is to make sure you understand what you know versus what you believe. And I know very little. I just really do. That's why I know you guys are getting upset, but I'm really trying to challenge you. I know you're saying, can't you tell Steven's upset? Can't you tell that I didn't mean it maliciously? No. And that's my point. I can't tell. I think he's upset, but I also think he's traumatized. I think he's a lot of things. But apparently, I'm not allowed to project that onto him. So he better tell me how he feels directly to me. Because otherwise, I can't allegedly know. Because he's right. I can't know. I can't read his mind. So that's what I'm trying to say to people, right? I'm trying to get people to understand I can talk shit or whatever you guys call it, but you're not getting any less treatment than I give the people that I love the most in the world. Except the people I love the most in the world get more grace from me, obviously, because, we're doing life together. Ooh, I'd recommend sunlight and fresh air to go outside in silence. Yes, that's a good way to ground. That's a good way to get a reality check. I love that. Masker said, what's keeping you from being complete nihilist? It's just the personal responsibilities that you have to focus on. So I did go through a nihilist stage. I think all cynical atheists do when they leave religion. And I think that I went past the meaningless into meaning again. So I found my meaning for me. I did not find universal meaning. I don't think it exists, but it could. So that doesn't bother me. I don't give a fuck what the universe is doing. I have meaning and I like why I exist. I like that I haven't unalived myself. I like what I do with my life. It's perfect. It's exactly what I want. So I don't have to be a nihilist because nihilism is about the universe, but I don't care what the universe does. You do you. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I don't have to be a nihilist. Madison says, if you had to give one compliment to the level ones, what would it be? I don't think you can give compliments to levels of introspection, right? How would you do that? Can you give me an example of a compliment you could give a level of introspection? Because that's a weird way to phrase that, right? What compliment would I give a one? I'm not sure what that means. Doom says, but how did you find meaning for yourself? Time is ticking. I think I just asked myself why until I couldn't ask myself why anymore. I challenged myself. I tore my whole being apart. I ripped Brittany into 1,000 pieces. And I got rid of everything I hated and kept everything I loved and put her back together. And there are still flaws in the components because I'm a person and my trauma is written in my DNA. But I have a relationship with it now. How I found meaning is I really, really said, fuck the world. And I asked myself, what do you want to do with your life? How do you want to live it? Like, human beings are the reason that life is unbearable to me sometimes. It's not life itself. Life is wonderful. It's other people that make life unbearable for us. And we're all that someone to someone. We are all someone's reason life is unbearable. And I need people to really recognize that. Perfectly good people, they're not perfect. There's no such thing as a perfect person. So the how is like really facing yourself in what you know. All your biases. Like when I hear a person say they don't have biases, like go, please. Okay, please. You have biases. Humble yourself and recognize that. Recognize that you have flaws. Recognize that you don't know what you're doing on this planet, or maybe you think you do. But the how is personal. It's who are you? You know what I'm saying? I tore myself apart to make sure that I was okay with the person that I was. And now I am. So you kind of like, ooh, Amber said, I think it takes a bit of letting go. Like Iro, you have to let go. You have to let go of every arrogant thought you've had. You have to let go until you re-examine it again. So now I will say, I, Brittany, am very judgmental and gay judgy. I think everyone is living life wrong unless they live it within my values, because that is how I have to think to form my values, not because it's objective. To figure out my values, I had to say, what is the way that I think is really wrong that people do things? And then I created a value system, right? And then I decided not to project that value system onto other people, because for them and their world, I could be wrong, right? Because if they went and did the same thing and created their values on what they think is perfect, well, it wouldn't match mine. So to project my values onto people is to basically deny them agency, right? Now, I do believe that people need to be conscientious of the societies and bubbles they live in. But I live on YouTube, which is hard for me to recognize as a bubble because I don't want to be a part of like a clique if it means I can't just make the content I want to make, right? So that's the problem, is like I'd rather be a solo content creator with no collaborations and just doing my own thing than worry about, well, if you collab, now you have to follow some rules that I don't know about. Like, I don't like that. That makes me feel so uncomfortable. And it makes me feel like, once again, I am adhering to some rules I don't know. Maybe it's my neurodivergency, if you want to call it that. Maybe it's just the way my brain is. But I just want to know what the rules are. And so what I know about where I am on YouTube as a solo content creator is I know the TOS rules. And that's what I default to. You know what I'm saying? So okay, Dooms, another way to look at it is, in order to know yourself and the how of how yourself, is you have to really know who you are in the story. What's your trope? What are your weaknesses? What do you tend to do? I tend to be argumentative and stubborn. I tend to be cynical of people, but also very overly hopeful of people. So it's about knowing and recognizing yourself, I think, in many ways, and then trying everything that you can within your capabilities. So I tried living on the road. I tried traveling. I tried going to different places. I tried dating different kinds of people. It wasn't until I turned 30 and created my value sheet that I really started to figure out, okay, how do I really serve my joy? And how do I elevate my lifestyle? You know what I mean? Ronzuro says, those tied to the internet in general, it's its own bubble. Hell, it almost feels as if the internet itself has become its own society. I think it has. Like, even the way we were having the conversation today, I'm like, oh, there are rules and hierarchies and who's the boss? Like, who's the king of YouTube? Who's in what bubble? But the problem is like, we're just having different relationships with these things. So it's hard for me to want to adhere. Like, again, I'm in a business. YouTube is my business. And I'm here to follow TOS rules, and that's it. I am not here to follow anyone else's rules unless I've agreed to them, right? Memo tape. Brittany, do you believe someone can be a fantastic person but a bad friend? Oh, yeah. Being a friend is a job. You can be a bad friend and be a fantastic person. You know what I'm saying? You can be a great person in many ways and still be a bad partner, still be a bad, oh, absolutely. Yeah. I think life is tiny contradictions. Do you guys know what I mean? I don't like hypocrites when it comes to values, but I do believe in contradictions. I think life is all contradictions. We don't want to kill people, but don't we? I don't want to throw people, innocent people in prison, but don't we? Life is tiny contradictions, right? I think that's really important. Super important. Yeah, do you guys think that? Do you guys think that you can be a fantastic person but a bad friend? Because I do. Sometimes even my closest friends are bad friends. Sometimes I'm a bad friend to my siblings and they just tell me. So, okay, maybe that's something that's missing from the conversation. When I've been a bad friend, I need my friends to be explicit about why I'm being a bad friend, and then I can decide if I can be there for them, right? because I can't always be there for you in the way you need, but I'm happy to hear you out in regard to it. So does that make sense? Jay says, yeah, you make it sound like your personality is championed against your goals. I change my personality, not values, based on what the most efficient way to achieve my goals is. Yeah. I'm not sure how to read that comment. I think I need more info on it. Ranzur says you can also have the reverse. You can be a horrible person, yet an amazing friend. Yes, who's ride or die and only kind around those who they care about. I have a podcast coming up with, hopefully, if he can do it, my brother, because him and I had very different reactions to cheating. And I was like, oh my God, you need to come on my channel. And I want people to see how my brother thinks differently from me. So he made me discover something about myself that I didn't even realize was so clear about myself, that is different from other people. Like, okay, I have a question for you guys. Let's say you get into a new relationship, okay? And in your past, you had cheated in a previous relationship. Do you tell the new relationship, or is it something that's like a don't ask, don't tell? Just as an example, okay? No judgment. I've met some people who told me, yeah, they wouldn't tell, and it's no one's business because it was my past self. And then I've had some people say, oh, well, I want my partner to know everything about me because that person is sleeping next to me. That person is letting me in their body. I want that person to never feel blindsided by finding out new information about me that didn't come from me. So what do you guys think? If you're meeting a new person, do you tell them about your past or not? And the fact that people have different answers for that is my point. Everyone has different answers for that question, right? Don't ask, don't tell. Don't ask, don't tell. Right away, of course. See? Who's right? I think you're all right. I think you guys could all be correct. Now, I have personal values. I have things I will make judgments about, but I cannot actually stop people from living their one life joyfully just because I'm uncomfortable with it. I don't want to do that to you, but I will have opinions and they will be strong. You feel me? Tall Noodle says I'd want to know, but maybe not right away. See, for me, if a person told me on a first date all of their flaws, which my partner and I did, like in order to see if we wanted a second date, I'm more attracted to them. But I can see how at a certain time in my life, if I thought people were actively being kind of toxic, why I wouldn't want to engage with them and why it might cancel out the date. So I'll tell you this. If I met a person who had cheated in their far past and their family and friends knew about it, they openly talked about it, it wasn't something they were ashamed of, it was something they really genuinely like, yeah, I fucked up and I got better, I would marry that person or date that person. But if they were ashamed, keeping it secret, in denial of it, their family kept it hush-hush, it was uncomfortable to talk about, it wasn't something that I necessarily thought they wouldn't do again, I would probably end the date day one. Do you guys get what I'm saying? So for me, I'm trying to look for a sign that someone had a hard life but overcame it. And I'm trying to respect people who are still in it to give them space, but I can't date someone who's still in it. Like I can't, one of the rules of my first dates with some of my people that I've gone on first dates with is that I cannot date someone who's in the middle of something that I'm already past. I got to be with somebody who's kind of on the same page as me. So I couldn't date someone right now who's really struggling with an addiction. I think that would possibly trigger my borderline or my abandonment issues, and I wouldn't be able to be there for my partner. So your problems also have to align with my problems in order for me to be very close to you. I have friends all the time that come to me with their problems and I say, I love you. Please go talk to a professional or another friend. I cannot help you with this. It is overwhelming for me. And they usually just go talk to other people. You know what I mean? Yeah. I have asked someone on the first date before. The green flag was that they admitted it. The red flag was that they justified it in a way to get revenge on their ex. Oh my God. I know those people. Okay, are you guys watching Love is Blind? Is anyone watching it? You know how Marshall is with... Oh, I forgot her name. Pretty girl with the long hair. What's her name? Marshall's with this girl. And he kind of sees her as a project to fix. I think that's kind of toxic because he's trying to save her. But she's also obviously from a dysfunctional background and she has a lot of toxic family members. She even says it herself. Like, so the problem is like if you watch that show, like it's pretty easy to see like who's like dangerously unhealthy, but also trying. Jackie. Okay, I love Jackie, but she's obviously coming from a very hard bubble. Like it's very difficult, and Marshall would be taking on a lot of responsibility for Jackie in that moment. What about Micah and guys, her name Micah and Irina, is that her name? Look at them. Look at how they act. Like that's so interesting to me. But I guess in their bubbles, that's kind of normal. Cause in mine, I'm like, that's not how we act. Like that's not how we act. But in my bubble, we do say things that could be hurtful. That is kind of a thing in my bubble, which is not great. I'm not saying it's perfect, but I kind of prefer it because at least I know you're being honest. I don't like secrets. I do not like people being nice to me to spare my feelings. It makes me feel creepy. It makes me feel like there's like something rolling down my back and making me feel so uncomfortable. I do not want you to pretend to be nice to me. Just either be a nice person or kind or just say what you're thinking. Because, like, I can handle it, boo-boo. Just tell me what you're thinking. I haven't always been able to. Took me a lot of therapy to be able to handle things. But yeah, like, I don't like the secrets. I don't like secrets. It freaks me out. Which could be a trauma thing, to be honest with you. I am high anxiety, and I think with my abandonment issues, when people... Oh, actually, I said this the other day in Discord. You know how some people want liberation love? They want a partner who never has rules, who lets them be free, who never questions them, who trusts them in every way. I want rules and boundaries love. I want whips and chains love. I want restrictions and boundaries and clear boundaries. Like the clearest, most explaining it to the 5-year-old you ever met boundaries. Because I have different boundaries than you. So I need to know yours. I cannot guess them. So like for me, I want to know my partner loves me by having restrictions and having boundaries. Some people want partners that love them by never putting down a rule, never having boundaries. Everyone is different, right? I want to know what the boundaries are to the best of my ability, you know? These girls never left middle school. Literally, Irina and Micah, like I was shook the whole time I was watching it. Because look, I do have a standard of what a friend is. It's not your standard, but it's not theirs either. Like Micah and Irina, toxic friends to me. To me, toxic. But what did you guys... Okay, what's Brett and oh, what's her name? She has weird friends to me too. Like her friends were crying for her and loving her, but my friends are not like that. Like my friends do that, but it's a different vibe. Like she kind of reminded me of a girl. She kind of reminded me of like upper middle class Seattle people, which would make sense. Really sweet friend group, so lovely, but I wouldn't be able to be friends with those girls. Like I don't have those kinds of friendships. But I saw her friends and I was like, okay, that seems healthy. Oh, Brett and Tiffany. Tiffany's friends seem relatively healthy, nice, kind of like sorority to me. So for me, super like, I don't like it. But for them, super great. It's like church friends. Like you ever see those like church friends? Like not my kind of people, but when they find each other, it's really great. Or those people who play like D&D all the time or like LARPing, like all of it's great. All of it's great. But for me, I would feel crazy being in those spaces too long because that's just not how I operate. But I'd love to visit. But anyways, this show. Jay says, I have a lot of traumatized clients and liberation love and total absolution from boundaries is profoundly unhealthy for them and makes them aggressive. Yeah, it's really interesting. Now, see, here's the problem. So I have a bias. I'll tell you my bias. I think people that don't have boundaries are probably unhealthy. But that is a bias because my boundaries keep me healthy. Like, one of the things I love about my partner is when he puts down his boundaries. I'm just so attracted to him in those moments. I'm like, are you telling me how you feel and how you would like me to act? I'm wet. Like, there's something so sexy when he communicates with me that I'm like, oh my God. Like, I miss him right now. I might ditch you guys to go say hi to him. When he puts down his boundaries, I want to cry because he's actually saying, I want to be with you. So form this relationship with me. He is saying, I want you enough to put down my boundaries. But when you say like, oh, there's no boundaries, I don't care what you do, you can do whatever you want, my brain is just like, I don't understand what's happening. You know what I'm saying? Like my partner and I cannot abuse each other. That's like a big rule. But I know for some couples, they want that liberation love in a way that I think allows for toxicity to be a part of the human experience. But I will say I have a rule about how long you can stay in a toxic bubble or a toxic state of being before I expect you to fucking, let's go. Like, I will say, even with my siblings, I'll tell them, hey, you either get your shit together in the next week or you don't talk to me, because I can't fucking handle this like looping you're doing. Just, you're doing something wrong, fucking fix it. You know what I mean? And like, they will or will not, but I don't have to engage with it, boo. We can take a week off talking. You feel me? Hold on, I'm behind on chat. Tal Noodle says, damn, I really want to talk about negotiations now. What would be the best channel on Discord for focused discussion? Honestly, great question. To be honest with you, like, I mean, voice chat's an option as well. I might hop on the Discord later tonight. We could talk about it. I think it'd be a great thing because I know a lot of people don't like it. So some of my friends and family don't like the negotiation thing because they feel like it's a business transaction. But I do think everything is, and emotions. So I think you have, because like, oh my God, have you ever had like a toxic friendship, like a friend you're attracted to and not in a sexual way? You want to be their friend, but you know they're kind of toxic. That's how I look at every interaction I'm doing, which is like, so on the resume, okay, you're like super toxic, but my chemistry with you is super great. I have that with friends and relationships. So I have to be very strict about when I interact with certain people in my life because I'm aware of those connections and how they happen, right? Does that make sense? Trevi with the super chat. Will a 5 ever aspire to be destructive / chaotic? I don't know. Maybe. I have a running theory that the more introspective you are, the more harmonious you are. But I think that yes, there are 5s who would like chaos, and I'm sure there are 5s who would be destructive. I can't say that I know any that are like specifically destructive in that way. I know chaotic or people who like spontaneity or chaos, I guess, but I'm not sure that they're destructive. That seems like a very specific kind of being. But I don't know because I don't know every 5 in the world. I don't know them. I don't know. But I assume if you can think it, there's a human who's doing it. Is kind of my belief. The love print test. Did I take that? Did I take the love print test, guys? Tall Noodle says I've been having my friends, old and new, take the love print test, and that's been interesting. I had all my friends. I had my friends do Myers-Briggs. I had my friends do the Big 5. I had friends do I've had friends do so many tests with me. I'm like, hey, what is this? What is this? What is this? But my friends and I like that a lot. Is Sauron from Lord of the Rings a 5? I don't know. I haven't read the books. I've only seen the movies. I'll do Lord of the Rings, but the levels. That's a great question. Ooh, Lord of the Rings, but the levels. So I have to rewatch the whole thing extended edition. Maybe we'll do that as a group. Ooh. I think right now I'm thinking about Jujutsu Kaisen because it's obvious to me that I feel like Gojo is a 5 and I feel like Sukuna could be maybe, but on polar opposites of like ethics. But like Gojo doesn't do things because he's a good person. You know what I'm saying? I feel really relatable to Gojo. I just do things because I want to. And whether or not, like, I try my best to harm reduce, but I'm not going to stop my life for you. I'm just not. You can kill me and be a mob and be crazy, but I'm not going to stop my life for you because life itself is something that I was, again, forced to do. And I'm trying to make the best of it. And that's by being this version of myself. So I think Gojo's kind of similar where we pick and choose like what bubbles to be in, but we're still doing it for our own reason. And I think Sukuna is kind of similar though. I'm not sure. Sounds like you are fascinated with the novelty of chaos, which is pretty common with toxic people. I like it from a distance. I think life is chaotic. So I think my job is to make peace in the chaos because I think life itself is chaotic. But I don't seek out chaos. I seek out peace. I don't want the running river like on Pocahontas. I want the smooth river. So I, Brittany, am seeking out peace and consistency, which is why I'm willing to give up anything that I've created in the world because it might not facilitate my joy, including my own channel. Like if this ever became too chaotic for me, I would just leave. But it's not chaotic enough for me to leave. It's just enough chaos for me to make peace in it. But it's not chaotic enough for me to leave yet. You know what I mean? I want peace. I've already had chaos most of my life. I really want the smooth running water. You know, I really do. Yeah. Jay says it's a lot of fun to be around people who are really toxic because it's a roller coaster. You know, I just watch Love is Blind now. I just react. If I want toxicity, I watch reality TV. I don't want it in my house. I'm actually pretty strict about that now. In the past, I was open to it, but especially being partnered now, for the benefit of our family and our kids, no toxicity, no crazy. Even from my own siblings, if one of them wants to live with me, if one of them wants to do that, I'm so sorry. Nope, not this time around. Because I've already started a new path with a new person, and my family taught me to leave my family and make a new one. So even though we're attached, we're not obligated to each other. Like my farm brother isn't obligated to me, he's obligated to his wife and his kids. And that's what I believe too. I'm not obligated. I'm obligated first and foremost to my husband and my kids, and then to everyone else. So if, let's say my sibling really needed help from me, like I need to live with you, I need to live with you, but it impacted my marriage or my kids, right? Absolutely not. But I love you, so let's do everything outside of that I can do without hurting more people, right? I tried to be like very open, but with boundaries, right? Open, but with boundaries. You know what I mean? Dooms, I think if chaos is what gets you going, you lack discipline. That's my opinion. I think people who are consistently needing like dopamine hits through chaos or spontaneity that's kind of like wild, I think there's something that's probably unhealthy there, but I think that's kind of normal for a lot of people. I've been there, so I'm not going to fault someone for being at that part of their journey, but I do think there's something to be said about being a certain way as you age. Like there's something to be said about harmony. I think chaos lacks harmony, though you could have chaotic harmony. If you could have harmony. Chaos can be harmonious, I suppose, but not in the way that I mean it. I'm not talking about chaos that works together. I'm talking about like safety, peace, like feeling safe and like you know where you belong in the universe. That feeling is something that I feel and recognize and worked for, and I would never want to exchange that for chaos. But I do love to watch it on reality TV. Jessica says I'm calm in the chaos. I have enough uncontrolled chaos in the world to deal with it, to seek it. Exactly. I think the world is so chaotic. That's why I really created my own bubble to live in, because I want somewhere I can go home to that's peaceful. That's my space that doesn't have the chaos of the world. And then when I want the chaos of the world, I just go to Target. You know, I just walk outside. Organized chaos. Love that. Everlasting peace is boring. Everlasting chaos is disheartening and restless, for sure. I just want balance. Same. I want balance too. And look, life is chaotic, y'all. What if I have a baby and I have a miscarriage? That feels like chaos. What if I have a baby and it's like, got 3 months to live after I give birth? That's pretty chaotic. Like, what if I get in a car accident? Like, that's pretty chaotic. Life itself is chaos. So I think that's why I have to seek out the peace, because I wasn't born into a bubble that was like peaceful. I was born into a chaotic bubble that eventually has become peaceful over time. Like my family as a unit, if I said I was born into my family's bubble, it's true that it has become much more peaceful over the last 20 years. But I was born into chaos, y'all. I was born into fucking chaos. So I think my whole family's kind of sick of it. I think we're all tired of the chaos. I think even as a unit, we're like, can we please, for the love of God, no more 2 a.m. calls, people. The last 3 years, we've had so many 2 a.m. fucking calls. We've had so much emergency, which is fair. Everyone's on a journey. But holy shit, I hope by the time we're all like 30 or older, there will be much more peace, you know? Yeah. Yeah. All right, guys. I think this was a great chat. I'm going to go ahead and go say hi to the love of my life, because I just love him so much. What a perfect person. What a nice, wonderful human. Okay, I'm going to go hang out with the love of my life now. I don't know if he knows I'm coming, but babe, if you're watching, I'm going to call you. I will talk to you guys on another day. On Monday, I will be streaming. I love you. Thank you for being here. Thanks to Wick for being an amazing person. Please go subscribe to him. He's really a good person. You can just tell he's a good person. All right. Love you.